Okay, Council acknowledges the Wadawurrung, the traditional owners of this land, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are part of the Greater Geelong community today. This meeting is being broadcast on the internet and the recording of the meeting will be published on Council's website. Welcome and good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. With our health and safety measures continuing, we still don't have members of the community here with us in the chamber, but we are glad to have you watching via the live stream, and I'll do a special shout out to our junior councillors as well because they deserve it and we would like to have them in the chamber more often. Now, tonight's meeting will be one of our most important of the year given the significant items on the agenda. Our budget and grants program are both to be finalised and we'll be discussing a third community and economic support package. So the decisions that we make tonight will really set the course for this council's support of the community over the next 12 months and as we navigate through the COVID-19 pandemic and hopefully out the other side. We really want to generate some positivity in what is a trying time with the spike in COVID cases that we're seeing in Victoria at the moment. The numbers really are quite worrying and sadly they're causing community concern from both a health and financial standpoint, and the lockdowns just announced today in Melbourne are fairly sobering. Thankfully, we haven't seen a sharp rise here in Greater Geelong, but the discovery of a new case in recent days was a reminder that we're definitely not immune. And of course, we're only an hour's drive down the highway to Melbourne. So please continue to adhere to the gathering limits in both your homes and outdoors, continue to strictly follow the 1.5 metre physical distancing rules, practice good hygiene habits such as washing your hands and sing happy birthday while you do it. That means you're doing it for long enough. And if you're unwell, get tested, of course, and stay home. This community has been so incredibly well disciplined since the start of the pandemic, and if we continue in that manner, we can help keep the local case numbers down to a minimum. So thank you, everybody. Keep up the great work and let's begin the meeting tonight. Now, all councillors have been asked to stay within the time limits as set out in our meeting procedures local law. When they're talking to the agenda items tonight, we want to continue keeping the meeting as time efficient as possible. First item is, are there any apologies for this evening? I don't believe there are. Secondly, I'd like to submit a leave of absence request from the 6th to the 18th of July, inclusive. So may I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Grisbeck, seconded Councillor Mason. Thank you very much. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Aitken doesn't want me to take leave. Thank you. Carried. Acting Mayor, while I'm away, I've asked Deputy Mayor Grisbeck to be Acting Mayor, so I will move that Deputy Mayor Grisbeck be appointed Acting Mayor for the period of 6th to the 18th of July inclusive. May I please have a seconder? Councillor Contell, thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Okay, and please note also that Councillor Sullivan is the Shadow Deputy for July, so he'll be supporting Councillor Grisbeck while she's the Acting Mayor. Confirmation of the minutes. Can I please have a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 26th of May 2020? Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Seconded, Councillor Nelson. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. And are there any declarations of conflict of interest on the agenda items tonight? No, thank you. If any conflicts arise during the meeting, please make them known. Next agenda item is public question and submission time, and we do still sorely miss our gallery here with us tonight, but we do still take questions and submissions, and we have been accepting these online. We've received 4 questions and submissions this week, or this fortnight, and each person has now received a response via email. It's also important to note that each councillor reads every question and submission that's sent in. And we won't read these out in full tonight for the record and for the sake of transparency, though the following people sent in questions and have received a reply. The first one is Phil Bolsh, second is David Lelievre, third is Terry Fay, and fourth is Christine Lelievre. And your question and the answer provided will be published in the minutes of this meeting, which will be available online by Friday this week. I understand there's some petitions to be tabled.
I just had a message from someone to say that they're trying to log in the live stream but not working yet. On the website it says the meeting is on July 30th.
Same.
It is on to some and not to others. It is on.
The same.
Yes, maybe try refreshing the browser. Suddenly become an IT expert. My answer is always turn it off, turn it on again. Okay, well, for those people who have received I won't even be able to hear me. Receive that message. Refresh the browser. Okay, we will continue, given that some people obviously are logged into the live stream successfully. Councillor Cantell, you have some petitions, I do believe.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I have 3 petitions. Cameron O'Keefe from the West End and also Centra Hotel sought me out over the weekend, indicating that he'd only just found out that we were heading into the budget council meeting, and he was so alarmed with some items that he wanted to bring to our attention that he wanted us to know that he spent some 24 hours only, because that was all the time he had, to gather some signatures on 3 different petitions. Mind you, he's done an amazing job because there's hundreds of signatures here. And so if I could just read out what the 3 petitions are. The first one is that they're asking Council to consider commercial and industrial rates. They're asking that there's a reduction in the industrial and commercial rates in the dollar value to be no higher than the Wyndham City Council. That's the first one. The second one is that, ironically, extend free parking in central Geelong, make parking free in central Geelong the same as it is in all other business hubs for the municipality. Another one with hundreds of signatures. And the last petition by Cameron is to reduce parking fines. It's a reduction of parking fines from the current maximum allowed by the state government. Okay. That's the third petition.
Thank you, Councillor Contell, and thank you to Cameron for the work that takes to put a petition together and get signatures. I'll pass those on. Thank you, Councillor Contell. Any other petitions? Okay, we'll move into section B, into reports. The first item on the agenda, eagerly anticipated third community support package. This is the COVID-19 community and economic support package for the medium to longer term, to be moved by Councillor Contell and seconded Councillor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. As you know, I've made an amendment to the officer recommended report. I think we all are aware, I'm sure we're all aware, that the current COVID-19 pandemic is having a significant impact on all community members, all businesses. And here what we had to provide tonight is our third support package. We had 2 in April and 1 in March, overall a value of some $5.6 million. And there's no doubt that there's some great initiatives on this support package that's obviously aimed to help the community. But here in the CBD, there's also no doubt that the retailers and small business owners are doing it extremely tough. In fact, our biggest employers, COG, NDIS, WorkSafe and TAC, have the vast majority of their employees working at home. And as such, they're obviously not coming into the city. That's having, again, a really extraordinary negative impact on the CBD trading. In fact, it's killing them. It's killing the heart of the CBD, and our community is certainly hurting. And none of us here tonight know when those people will be coming back into the CBD, if ever. And so what we need to try to do tonight is to try to support the community and the retailers and the traders in the CBD. It's a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and it's certainly frightening the community because of all of the unknowns. And it's one of those situations where tonight is not the time to pull back. Tonight, as a council, it's a time to actually double up and to dig deeper to support our community and those retailers and traders in the CBD. What I'm asking in the amendment is to continue the 2-hour free parking up until the end of December, and then to continue the half-hour free parking up until the end of June 2021. You'll also notice there's an amendment in there to add $300,000 to keep Cardinia Pool open for all year round. There's many ways that we can support our community, but one of the better ways and one of the simple ways is to actually stop unnecessarily charging them for things. Don't take money out of the pocket that they actually don't have. And one of the ways that we can do that here in the CBD is by not charging them for the on-street parking in the CBD. Now, what's being proposed tonight, I'm sure will be debated and argued by others that are in here. But what I do is I ask that those that tonight choose to vote against the amendment or water it down, I really like to understand why. Why would you be voting against free parking and reducing the cost and burden on the community? This small initiative can have a big impact on what's occurring in our CBD. And what I'd like to also understand, if those that choose to either water down my amendment tonight or vote against it, who have you spoken to? Who in the community have you spoken to make your decision? Because I've spoken to a wide amount of people, both business people and residents. And just to name some, Michael Di Stefano, who's the Director of Gartland Property and also a member of the Geelong Chamber of Commerce, says that you would be unlikely to find a retailer in the CBD that would not want free parking. Hayden Sperling is the owner and operator of the Squire Shop in Ryrie Street for decades and a former City of Geelong councillor and mayor between 85 and 87, said that free parking in the CBD was one of the small benefits that the small businesses in the CBD have, and it's undoubtedly supported. Milton Mavros from Mav's Restaurant, we absolutely want free parking, it brings people back in. Amanda Rimmer from Karuji Restaurant, sales of lunches are up since the introduction of free parking. Cameron O'Keefe tonight, perfect example, hundreds and hundreds of signatures asking us to please extend free parking. Bill Vitsaris, who we all know is a well-known developer here in the city, said the only reason people are leaving Geelong is the cost and inconvenience, and much of this is related to the cost of parking and parking fines. On-street parking in Geelong CBD needs to be fair and free, just like everywhere else in the wider community. And then there's Kylie Harrison, who's just a resident, said that whilst it's been free parking, I've parked where I normally wouldn't have and have enjoyed the shopping and having a cuppa. So I have spoken widely to the community. This is not my idea. This is people and business people and the community asking for an even break, for a leg up, and this is one small thing that we can do to help them.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Sullivan?
I reserve my right, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Anyone else wish to talk to this item at this point?
Madam Mayor, I have an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Who would like to second Councillor Mason? Thank you, Councillor Mason. I'll second Councillor Murray's amendment. Scrolling.
Hard to see.
It is.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Contell, for opening us up. I guess there's much more to this than the parking, and I just want to firstly talk about the items perhaps at the top of the recommendation and my support for those. And I want to particularly point out the Heritage Arts and the Culture initiatives, $490,000 towards that. And I want to mention, I know it's spoken about just before out the back, but in relation to the piano bar, the arts section, the contribution that they have made to the residents of Geelong and in fact worldwide. They've been picked up live streaming their events for 100 nights in a row. And to Andy Podjoy and all the team there, I want to congratulate them on the effort that they have put in. So hopefully there's some money there that maybe could go in their direction as well. The tourism and events, obviously another very important sector that needs assistance. The international students, it's great that we recognise that the problems that they have encountered through this COVID-19 period and the money that is there to help support them, I think will go a long way. And also I want to mention the pool. It's spoken about that it really has come out of the woodwork. The people have contacted, I think, each and every councillor in support of keeping the Cardinia pool open. And I've been there a couple of times myself in the past month, and I think to support the opening or keeping it open for the next 3 months and then thereafter would be a great initiative. But I guess my amendment is in relation to the parking or the free parking, and this is this topic is for me one of great consternation that I spend the amount of time I spend on thinking about parking, and you really question yourself whether you're doing the right thing and what do you really believe in. And for the life of me, I cannot convince myself, and that's what I've attempted to do on a couple of occasions to support the free parking initiative. In fact, the last perhaps 11, 12 mornings have come into town early and have between 8:30 and 9, and have seen the majority of car parks taken, and they're taken by the workers that are working in the CBD. So they're there all day. Those car parking spots are there all day. So I can't understand how that then assists those businesses within the CBD, because there's no turnover of those parking spots. There's nothing to suggest that free parking, in my mind, is good for business in the CBD. And in fact, it's contrary. If there was evidence to suggest that free parking works, I'd love to see it. But there's not, and in fact, there's contrary evidence to support the fact that paid parking actually stimulates the economy. And look, I too have spoken. I think we all have, and there's different views. There's different views on it. I acknowledge that. I've spoken to people and businesses in the CBD, and you speak to one, they support free parking. You speak to the next, no, hate it. I think it's the worst thing ever brought in. But there's been much said, I think, by you ask someone, do they want free parking? They will say yes. And this is where I think some of the surveys or the general opinion is a bit out of proportion, because if you ask anybody in the street, do you want free parking? They will say yes. But then if you follow it up with 3 or 4 other questions and perhaps alert them to the fact that what maybe is happening and it's just staff parking in the street, well, then they may have a different opinion. When we heard the suggestion the other night of Roxy and Daryl at Bay FM, they interviewed, we love free parking. Of course they love free parking, because they can park right outside where they work. So their car parking spots are not turned over. So that's not stimulating the CBD. And look, we've got a parking strategy that's coming before us very shortly. I know it's been coming for a while, but it's coming shortly. Why don't we wait and for these car parking strategies, see what answers that may come up with? So my amendment, the last section of it is the revenue collected from the 2-hour parking, then over the 12-month period, then gets put back into the CBD. So, the amount would vary, $5, $6 million to be used for infrastructure within the CBD. And there's no other way that that type of money could be used or spent in the CBD. And there was a marking strategy done, 2,582 responses in 2019, 68% considered paying for parking was fair. Look, I know there's differing opinions and perhaps I'll get shot down, but that's my belief and that's my amendment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Murray. Well said. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I too support the major thrust of the original motion and of Councillor Contell's amendment. And I note and applaud the assistance that we've made already to business and to the various sections within our community. Where I can't agree is with the free parking. We'd probably all like free ice creams too. At first instance, we'd all love a free ice cream until we're told the vendor's going to go broke. And so, if you give careful thought to this free parking, it is against world's best practice, it is against good practice, it does work against our 30-year vision. And I too have discussed this matter with various members of the community. Only last week I was in Ryrie Street after feeling some frustration not being able to find a parking spot myself, and I was actually getting some replacement cartridges for my printer, and the shop owner said, "What's all this problem with all these cars outside? It's chock-a-block, none of them come in here, those cars are there the whole day, and it's not causing me, it's causing me a great problem." So I support a regulated parking system, and this unregulated free parking is causing chaos and is conditioning the people it's going to make it very much more difficult to introduce parking fees again in the future. In terms of the revenue to the CBD, I support that idea too, only I do understand that it would be of a limited nature and it would only be during this period to July next year while we are under the problems of economic pressure and the CBD. So I endorse this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Has anyone got any comments on this amendment? Councillor Aitken.
Yeah, look, I was just speak against the recommendation. With all due respect, I don't think we're actually talking about free parking. We're actually talking about COVID supports. At the present time, we've got a COVID support where on the 30th of June, free parking finishes in the CBD, and tomorrow full parking actually continues if we don't adopt the recommendations that have been presented before us and the amendment put to us as well too. So my interest is actually the environment that we have at the present time. We have the Premier today announcing shutdowns in a number of suburbs in Melbourne. I think we do have to take the focus back to what is actually happening in the environment we have at this point in time. The reality is we've got a significant crisis in our community, in the world in fact. In Victoria we're experiencing that it is out of control in certain suburbs, and we have a responsibility to actually look at the supports that we're actually giving to our community. I think all of us thought that this would be the last support package that actually comes before Council. I actually anticipate we'll have a couple more now after what's happening in Victoria at the moment. And I think we have to actually look at the environment that we have. One of the supports that's getting the attention and being discussed is the issue of should we continue free car parking? Well, the reality is we should, because there's no evidence to actually show that Geelong's economy in the CBD is recovering after the 30th of June at midnight tonight. In fact, that sector is actually going to need more support than ever to try to assist them, and a very good way to do that is actually to extend the existing free car parking under COVID support packages that Council only endorsed about 8 weeks ago. The environment for which we made that decision 8 weeks ago has not changed. In fact, it's only intensified and got worse in the last week. And to me, that's why I believe we should be looking at our support packages that we have. I'm pleased to see there's some new ones, and I'll like to talk about those at a later stage. But certainly about the amendment, one principle I'm really uncomfortable about with this particular amendment from Councillor Murray is the principle that revenue raised should be spent in the area in which it actually is raised. If that is an unhealthy precedent to start in the city of Greater Geelong. And the reason for that is I come from the northern suburbs. We actually generate the lowest level of rates because of the value of our housing. If we start introducing a principle that money should be spent where it's actually raised, well, we'll get nothing in the northern suburbs. We'll actually be only able to generate enough revenue to be able to fix our footpaths once every 15 to 30 years. We won't have anything new because we won't have the capital to be able to generate from the income that comes from that area. And as a consequence, I think this particular amendment is fundamentally flawed because it establishes a precedent that we should not introduce into the City of Greater Geelong, and that is revenue should be spent where it is actually raised.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Sorry to call the time on you there, but the buzzer had gone. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I support this amendment. I think, as has been said, there are some really excellent measures here that are in the first part of the motion that we all agree on, I would imagine, although obviously we're here to debate it, but I think there's strong support for example, the continuation of the financial hardship policy, the investment in supporting heritage arts and culture, who a sector that are really struggling at the moment and will continue to struggle, for the foreseeable future. And there are a number of other measures we've put in here, and hopefully there will be an opportunity to speak to those. Again, support the Cardinia Pool winter opening. Like all councils here have had very strong feedback from the community that this is a service that they really want to see continue and that they gain a lot of value from a health and wellbeing perspective. I think this is a really excellent initiative, and in terms of the cost to us as a council, I think very reasonable given the benefits to the community. When it comes to the issue of parking, look, I think it's a difficult issue because while this is being packaged as COVID relief, I think there is some concern from some councillors that maybe this is an attempt that this may roll on into a longer term change to our parking, and we do need to be a bit careful here. If we accept that this is purely COVID relief, I still question whether this is the best use of our, the best way to support our community. Like Councillor Murray, I've had some feedback that it's actually causing challenges in the CBD with lack of turnover because a lot of staff are using these car parks because there are no consequences for overstaying in a park as well. There isn't the same turnover. There are a few elements to this. There's the loss of revenue, which is very significant, and it is something we need to consider. That loss of revenue is money that we could be spending on other COVID support initiatives, and I do question whether there are other things we could be doing for business, but also for our broader community with that revenue that would provide greater relief. When you consider the very small cost to each individual who's parking their car, the fact that they're going in and spending, hopefully spending money in businesses, hopefully they've got that bit of extra to put in a meter. But look, appreciate that maybe for some it is, it is a little bonus. I'll agree with Councillor Mason's point, though. You ask anyone if they like free parking, they'll say yes. I mean, if I ask my 2-year-old if he wants chocolate cake for dinner every night, he'll say yes, but it doesn't mean it's the responsible decision to let him do that. I suppose the other thing about parking is there are other consequences, though. There's the lack of turnover and congestion as well, with people cruising looking for parks. So it's not just about revenue, it's also about the consequences it has for the movement of cars in the CBD. And I'd hate to see something we put out there as support for business actually harming business. So I guess it's a difficult issue, but I like this sort of bit of a compromise that's been put forward.
Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Can we make sure we stick to the actual agenda, the amendment topic for this one too, not the broader discussion around the free parking or not, so because that would be the first one. So this is the amendment that we're discussing here. Councillor Manane, sorry, mental blank.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and my congratulations and thanks to officers and to councillors on the work that they're putting into the COVID package. I know there's a lot going on, and I think the 7.3 million of initiatives contained in the 3 packages we've had so far have been much appreciated by the public. So thanks everybody for your work. The spending by the free parking, we are actually spending the money on the city, and so I guess in the alternative that Councillor Murray's put forward, if the alternative is to have the money, to collect the money and invest it into the CBD as distinct from not having the money by having free parking, then I think using the money to invest in the CBD is a good initiative. What we're trying to do is to get the shopkeepers to choose the CBD in preference to the regional centres. And the regional centres have a location advantage, and what we're trying to do is to get them to choose to come into the city. And there's only one way to do that. In my view, it has little to do with waiving a $3 or $6 free park in front of them. It's about creating a better environment and creating a good offering that turns their head to the CBD rather than the regional centre. And if we over the course of 12 months can raise some additional capital to add value to the shopping experience in the CBD, then for 12 months I think that's probably a good investment, and I'd be prepared to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to comment on a couple of the changes in Councillor Murray's amendment. I think I agree with Councillor Aiken on the revenue collected from parking to be spent. I don't agree with it to be spent just in the CBD. I think the CBD gets what I call the good lick of the lolly, and I would like that to be across the board the way that we would normally do our funding. The other one was around the not supporting the free parking trial to the sort of end of the year. I've had plenty of people contact me who work in the CBD and are working full-time in the CBD right now and tell me that there are parks available within the CBD. They say that there are, and that these people that are working full-time in the CBD are propping up the shopkeepers in the CBD because they are here and they are shopping here. So we're sort of going to shoot the horse that we were trying to lead to water. But so I think it's difficult to assess and say that there are no car parks because workers are parking here, but in fact these workers are the ones spending the money in the shops, whilst most of the other employees that are not there, for example, most of the insurance agencies and the state government entities, they're all working from home. So they're not going to be in the CBD anyway, at least for the next few months. So these are the people that we're going to be shooting the people that are going to be spending the money. So that's just my comments on those amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All has been said on the amended parts of this so far. I will just address 11.7 in regards to creating the funds purely to be put back into central Geelong. Now, when we did become the City of Greater Geelong, it was agreed that all revenue raised would go back into general revenue for the city. It didn't matter if you're out in Windermere, on the Bellarine, the money that came in went to general revenue and was distributed as was seen fit. This ensured that we were a community, that everybody's dollar was not favoured over others. It all went to where it was needed. And when money does need to be raised from a certain area to be reinvested into a certain area, we do have a way of doing that, which is the special rates and charges scheme or the likes of. I constantly have battles in the Bellarine. I have many townships, and they say, we're paying so much in rates, we're paying so much in fees, why aren't we seeing a direct spend on that right back into our townships? And I say it's because we are more than our individual townships, we're part of a wider community. And a separatist approach like this, I'm afraid I can't get behind, because I'm always pushing the community down my area that we're not just our township, we're not just our suburb, we are the City of Greater Geelong, and for that reason I'm afraid I won't be able to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. You've spoken already. Councillor Harwood, are you indicating you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry,
Councillor.
I drifted off in my notes there. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think one thing we can collectively agree on is we actually have a real, interest in what's best for the community. I guess it's how we get to the particular result that's going to get the best result. And there's a couple of paths that we're looking to take to do that. To tick the pool, that's a simple one, I guess. The issue is around the parking and how we're going to get best equity and best value for the community overall. And I guess that's what we're grappling with at the moment. There is evidence to suggest that free parking is not necessarily a stimulus. There's evidence to suggest that maybe the city workers do park there, but as Councillor Grisbeck has said, they're in the city. They do shop in and around the city when they're there, but it doesn't give turnover. So they shop once and that's it, as opposed to others coming and going shopping. So, there's a whole range of points to the discussion. I want to support the amendment. I like the idea of potentially taking a portion of the car parking money and putting it back into initiatives in the CBD specifically, because that is what we are grappling with the most. Councillor Sullivan makes a good point about down the Ballerina and beyond, where people say, well, I pay X amount of rates here, we don't see as much come back. But as was said, the money goes into a consolidated revenue and it's distributed accordingly and as need arises. I'll support the amendment because I think it has a lot of merit. If it's defeated, I'll certainly support Councillor Contell because, again, I think we're all trying to get to a result that's going to be best for the community, and I guess only time will be the true judge of that. And I think, again, the sooner we can get the parking strategy, it'll be another document or parcel of evidence we've got to refer to again make the best decision we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Contell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I don't know how anyone in this chamber could possibly even consider supporting this amendment when it's so ill-prepared and ill-thought out. Receiving this information, I hadn't even read this amendment tonight. I believe it came in after 5:30. So how prepared could you be on such an important item if you're sending it out to councillors to consider at 5:30? I hadn't even read it till I got within 10 minutes of this chamber. And now we're sitting around here thinking that we're the experts. We're going to now spend all this money that we're gaining from charging people parking, and then we're going to spend it on initiatives in the CBD. What makes us the experts? I actually feel insulted and embarrassed that I have to sit here and listen to people talk about how business people that know their business should be changing their shopping experience. The people I read out to you before are real people with skin in the game that have invested for decades. People on the Chamber of Commerce, people that live their lives depending on the money that they earn through small business, and we're here to tell them that we know better. You cannot, in your right mind, support this amendment when it's been thought about for half an hour before we get into the chamber. There's no way known I could support this amendment or any other amendment that waters down the one that I put forward, which I've been talking about for weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. I think you've made your point very clear there. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I guess I have to say something because everyone else has said something. So I understand what Councillor Murray is trying to do with this amendment, but I can't support it because of 11.7 on its own. I don't support having net revenue for parking going into the CBD. Maybe the businesses from the CBD could have a levy. Maybe that might be a bit fairer, but I can't support that because of that one on its own, and the fact that we got it after 5 o'clock and we just saw it out the back of the chamber tonight. But I don't think, as Councillor Mason said, I don't think it's going to send us broke if we introduce free parking. But if he's that concerned about it, maybe we could have paid parking right across Geelong. If he's that concerned about having parking, so I'm sure people outside the CBD would have a nervous breakdown if we tried to introduce that. But I can't support that amendment, mostly because of 11.7. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Personally, I really appreciate the attempt from Councillor Murray to find a compromise with parking, and I particularly appreciate the support for the outdoor 50-metre pool to remain open. But unfortunately, like my fellow councillors, I don't support the idea of funds going from one area to be held for expenditure in only that area, because if that were the case, I would be absolutely pushing for the rates from the Bellarine to go back into the Bellarine probably within the next council meeting. So I can't really support that approach. I think it's a slippery slope, and I can't either support this amendment. That's everybody's, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? The amendment did not get carried. So we now go back to the original motion.
Madam Mayor, I have another amendment.
Until Councillor Mason tells me he has an amendment too. Thank you, Councillor Mason. On cue. So Councillor Mason's amendment to be seconded by Councillor Murray, I believe. Yep. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to re-emphasise that I do really fully support most of the original motion and most of Councillor Contell's motion, so I won't go into all of that. And I think most of the councillors generally support it all. And I'm glad that the Cardinia Pool amendment appears to be fully supported. However, I do not support free parking. Until the end of the year, I believe continuation of free parking is detrimental to good order and good practice. In fact, it's causing chaos in some parts of the city. I note that Councillor Contell said that the workers are parking in the city and doing the shopping. Well, if any...
I didn't say that.
Correction, I apologise, Councillor Grisbeck. So just on that very point, though I don't necessarily agree with it completely, the very people who are earning salaries need not be subsidised with free parking. So I have also spoken to shopkeepers who have been frustrated by cars in Ryrie Street who are there the whole day and are not using, they're probably workers or train travellers or something, but they're not shoppers. So my amendment accepts that during recovery from COVID, financial stress remains in the community. It also supports regulated parking while reducing 2-hour parking to 50% of the pre-COVID rate. This will save us about $1.2 million in lost parking fees over the period relative to the free parking proposal. We need to support regulated and organised parking. Then we can maintain our infrastructure and systems already understood by the public. This will reduce confusion. We can then simply increase the fees or indeed reduce them if COVID happens to become worse. We are in a recovery phase. We are not in a relief phase. And so this system that I'm introducing can be flexible. And community engagement confirms businesses want to get back to normal. Best practice, indeed world's best practice, in recovery from a disaster is to ensure that emergency response is carefully planned so does not damage recovery or make recovery more difficult. Our creative and clever vision was endorsed through community consultation. More than 16,000 people were involved. This has been translated into many strategic priorities which include a fast, reliable, connected transport network. Free parking is working against all of that. Anything free seems good at the time. Free parking is irresponsible and is a serious waste of ratepayer assets and funds. I would also just like to say that I've spent 20 years of my recent professional life in disaster risk reduction and disaster recovery operations. And my advice is not to accept free parking.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Murray.
I'll reserve my right.
On an amendment you can't. You have
Okay.
to speak straight up.
Well, I wanted to speak on... I'm not much as I've spoken, and it's not a whole lot different than the amendment that I had. But the fact remains it's on a reduced rate, that Councillor Mason's amendment, and I commend him for that, to try and find some common ground. But I'm not sure tonight, Councillor Jim, we're going to find it, which is unfortunate. But I commend you on your attempt, and I got nothing further on that.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Manane.
I'll be very quick. Just to clarify the issue from Councillor Contell, I did run three retail outlets in the Geelong, three retail outlets in the Geelong CBD for over 30 years, so I do have some experience in running retail in the CBD. In the absence of getting the full amount of retail income, of parking income to invest back in the CBD, I think I'll be prepared to support Councillor Mason's alternative to at least have some income to invest back into the CBD and also maintain the parking regime. So I'll be prepared to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am supportive of this as, I guess, a middle ground. I mean, personally, I think I'd like to see the revenue, all revenue from parking, be, used for providing the great services and vital services that we do as a council. In the short term, it might not be a huge impact, but the longer this goes on, at some stage we will have to look at reducing services that we provide or cutting back on what council does, and that will come at a cost to other parts of the community, and will raise a whole lot of other issues that we need to look at. I appreciate that this is a time-limited initiative, but there is still significant revenue lost, and I do think this is such a difficult time. We have to be quite careful about where we make cuts and where we put money back into the community to try and really support those who are most in need. I think this is a reasonable compromise. It keeps the parking structure there, but does provide some relief to people. In the long run, what I think would be ideal, and we're still, I guess, waiting for some of that data to come back from the parking trial with the introduction of the new parking meters, is a dynamic parking fee structure, which is where when there's lots of empty car parks, it's very cheap or free, and when it's completely full, it's more expensive, and those prices change depending on the usage, and that would get us the right balance between I think attracting people in and turning parks over, and we don't quite have the capacity to do that at the moment. So, in light of that, I'll support this this amendment. We get some revenue, we keep the structure there, we keep expectations there that there will be some fees for parking, and we get a bit of revenue we can invest in other areas to support the community during this difficult time, and we revisit the issue further down the track.
Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Grisbeck.
I just wanted to just make a comment on a couple of the amendments, if I may. I think I'm not going to support the amendment. I think what I'm realising, and I'm just talking about me, is that we are in a probably once in a lifetime pandemic, which I hope will not happen again in my lifetime. And I think that this opportunity to provide what I would call the free parking whilst we recover from COVID. I have a husband who works on rail at the moment, and there is absolutely many people not travelling on rail or any public transport at the moment because of the fear that you can't social distance on public transport, and therefore people are using their vehicles more. And so I want to encourage people that if they do need to use their vehicle rather than public transport at the moment for safety reasons, that we would be accommodating that with the free parking in the CBD. So, and one other further comment is that the people that are back at work at the moment, some of them, not all of them, but some of them are some of our lowest paid individuals. The retail sector is not known for it's high payment of wages, and some of these people are on JobKeeper, so they're working part-time because either their business is only open part-time or that they don't have the customer or clientele to open full-time, and most of them that I've been getting messages from are actually on JobKeeper. So they're not the wealthiest people trying to find a car park in the CBD because they want to come in for just to visit. These are people that we need to support, and usually most of them are our local community. So I would just say that in relation to that's why I won't be supporting Councillor Mason's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, once again, I can't support this amendment. Again, I don't know what time it came through. It might have been 10 minutes before Councillor Murray, so I certainly never read it until I was in the councillors' room with the councillors, probably 10 minutes before we came in. So I don't know what thought's gone into it. To this point, no councillor has mentioned anyone that they've spoken to of any reputable stature that's given them any advice on any of these amendments whatsoever, whereas I've clearly stated people that I've spoken to where I've got information. No, I don't agree that charging the average mum and dad who's struggling for parking whilst they're trying to get into the CBD to either visit someone at hospital, go to the doctor, go to the chemist, do some business, that I can't support that that's fair in this current environment that we're in. It's all good and well for us to say that it's you know, we've got to pay for it. We're here getting $30,000 a year as councillors. Some of these people are getting nothing. They've got no money. And the one thing we can do is take this small charge away from them. And I feel that just relying and us just being on the oxygen line to charging people for parking and parking fines is old school thinking. We have got an opportunity for us to change the shopping experience, as Councillor Manane suggested. We can change the shopping experience. We can encourage people back into the CBD and not crucify them for coming in here and charging them to come in here and pay for the pleasure of coming into the CBD. By doing that, by encouraging people back into the CBD, by getting more people living in the CBD, by getting more developers and builders and businesses into the CBD, we'll have other opportunities to generate revenues for the CBD, rather than just relying on the poor old ratepayer that's out there trying to make a buck just to pay for their family bills. So I can't support this amendment. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, this particular amendment, the sad thing is we actually have got 10 support packages we're considering, and unfortunately all these amendments, all we're talking about is car parking. Now, the difficulty I have with this particular amendment, if this is about supporting the CBD during COVID, you actually need simple, easy supports that you can communicate to the public so that they actually can provide the support to the CBD that's actually needed. This proposition is actually complicated. It actually suggests that we'll have a 50% price. It talks about we'll have a free trial for 30 minutes as well too. It talks about we'll have 1 month of completely free. The problem with this particular amendment and proposal is that it creates a complicated support for something that actually doesn't need to be so complicated. We either believe that the CBD is bleeding and our hospitality and retail needs some type of support as a COVID support, or we don't. We don't put up something like this amendment, which actually makes it extremely complicated to actually understand what the support we're actually providing to those hospitality and retail operators in the CBD. And I fear for the officers who have to actually implement this particular amendment if it is put forward, because the overlays that are actually presented in this make it so complicated that we may not even be able to administrate what's being suggested tonight with the amendments that's put before us. So, as a consequence, if this is about supporting retail and hospitality in the CBD during an unprecedented period of severe economic and community distress. Unfortunately, I don't see how this is actually supporting those people at all with the proposition of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Anyone else wish to comment on Councillor Mason's amendment? No? Okay, we'll put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried.
Could I call for a division, please?
Yes, indeed. Those for? Councillor Murray, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Manane, Councillor Mason. Those against? Councillor Aitken, Councillor Contell, Councillor Asher, Councillor Grisbeck, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Nelson. Okay, so now we are back to Councillor Contell's original amendment, which is the substantive motion, and we now debate that one. Councillor Contell's spoken, so who else would like to speak to Councillor Contell's? Councillor Grisbeck? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak to some of the other things that were in the package, because this is now the substantive motion at this point. Some of the other initiatives that I think most of us have said here that we agreed with. The tourism and events campaigns, I mean, this is exactly what we need here in Geelong. This is exactly what we need as a community, and it will support both our business and our tourism operators down here. So a domestic short break campaign, this is what we need to see to show people in Victoria what they can do on the weekends now that, after today, we don't know whether we want the people from those postcodes right now, but they are welcome if they are COVID-free. Look, I think that the heritage, arts and culture initiatives is a really important package. That's exactly where we're the most hard hit at the moment, that's not been looked after by any other package at this point. The Quick Response Community Groups grant, it allows for about 125 grants of up to $2,000 per grant, and it'll help the community groups just reactivate their either their venues or their programs. Some targeted commercial rent relief, the international students support, which is really important. They have faced some real hardship being here, and those that will come in as international students, and I think Deakin has been pretty hard hit. One of our really important communities is our international students community. And I think, as Councillor Aitken referred to before, this probably won't be our last COVID support package. I think most of us would understand that this is not something that's going to be, we are going on the way up from here. There will be some down and there will be some up. It's going to be a long time that we're going to get through this, and I think that we will most likely identify or be advised of some other supports that Council may be able to implement come, for either the next package or the next wave of things that we need to do to help our community. I think that's probably about it, Madam Mayor. I just think that just before I do, Kidenia Pool, I have been lobbied quite hard to support this inclusion of the pool being open during winter, and what a surprise that it has been that people are taking us up on that offer of opening the pool during winter. And I'm hoping that it becomes a regular feature of the City of Greater Geelong's offering that the pool does open during winter. It has had in substantial use, and it is good for your health and well-being. That's my time.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Any other councillors wish to comment? I will. I have really enjoyed what has been a very deliberate and heavily debated set of support initiatives, and working through this process has been quite intensive, as is obvious through the conversations tonight. The aim as Councillor Harwood said earlier, is basically to support the community and to provide not only practical assistance but also to lift morale and to generally set Greater Geelong on a faster path to recovery. And we really appreciate that the business sector, the arts and tourism industries, as informed by Councillor Sullivan in his role, and our community morale have all been particularly affected. And our intention has always been to provide targeted support addressing those critical areas. It's unfortunate that we don't have all the information that we were given as council as part of the briefing about the Cardinia pool use, because the numbers just were absolutely inarguable in that it's the most heavily used aquatic facility that we've got at the moment. So where the bookings were available, people were generally taking them at a much higher rate than any of our other pools. So I've long been a proponent of outdoor 50-metre heated year-round swimming pools, and I'm really glad that the community has backed that in. In terms of Councillor Contell's amendment, the continuation of both the two-hour on-street paid parking and the availability of the outdoor 50-metre pool respond to our determination to support both local businesses and the health of our community. So I will very heartily support the amendment and this package in total. Councillor Harwood.
I just wanted to seek clarification from Councillor Contell. Just in the 11.4, Eddie, the 30-minute free parking is in relation to the 2-hour parking.
30-minute free parking.
On the screen.
Yep.
11.4.
30-minute free parking on the 2-hour. 2-hour, yep.
And what says 30 minutes?
Continuation of the trial.
The 30-minute free parking trial is for the 2-hour parking zone. Yep,
So
okay.
we conclude the trial
Yep.
till the end of the free parking, then we start the trial at the start.
To be clear, it's the 2-hour parking we're still referring to. Yeah.
We're back till December, and then the trial from that point till July or June.
As I said earlier, you know, we are doing things differently. Again, there's good discussion and debate about what we think is going to be the best method that the community will respond to and will get the best value out of. We don't know. Again, as I say, when we get more evidence in due course, we can, as was said before, the Covert package will potentially change it again in some other form. But I'd just like to get a bit more evidence that gives us greater confidence in exactly what we're doing, and we can go back directly to the community and say, we did this, this is the response that you gave us, this is what we've been able to do as a result, and hopefully that you know, meets the needs that we're facing at the moment. So we'll see how we go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Howard. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to speak about the other things other than just car parking, because there's so much more. But it is good to see that everyone around this table has our community's interest at heart, and that's unquestionable. So I just wanted to talk about, yes, the pool. The pool's a good thing, Virginia Pool. It was my pool when I grew up. Not anymore, and now the LeisureLink pool is, but the LeisureLink pool will close soon. I don't know when, but it will close because it's getting a new, I don't know what it's called.
Liner.
That's what it's called. There's a liner that was built for the previous few councils ago. Wasn't that great, apparently, so that's getting replaced. So Cardinia Pool will get even more use. But we're also spending money on tourism and events once the people in Melbourne have sorted themselves out, and we will welcome them down here to spend money on the Bellarine and other parts of Geelong. We're also spending money on arts and culture. I know that now that the Geelong Art Centre is closed, that's going to leave a big gap in young people where they can go and perform. So hopefully we can sort something out as an alternate for them. And these monies, probably not many business cases against them, but we're doing the best we can, and we're spending as much as we possibly can to help our community, which is why we're all here. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Look, This particular package has 10 supports tonight, and a number of them are actually targeted specifically to try to assist sectors that we haven't actually touched on before. I'll allow others to speak about those in particular, but from a financial perspective for the organisation, our March and April support packages had a total value of $5.6 million. And our package tonight that we're proposing is actually $5.1 million. So collectively, we're talking about $10 million worth of supports to the Geelong community. And I think that is fantastic, because it actually does show that the significance of what we're facing in Geelong. It actually also shows the importance that the councillors understand that they have in terms of trying to provide support to the CBD in particular, but importantly these packages are across the whole of the city of Greater Geelong. And I too want to echo this couple of new ones. The first one is the Quick Response Community Grants COVID support, which is $250,000 and maximum up to $2,000. And we're really we've developed that particular grant program to try to reactivate venues and programs that our community-based organisations have. And I think that's a really exciting COVID support package that we're putting forward. And the second one that I wish to highlight as well too, which gives me great pleasure because it was one that I actually championed a couple of months ago, and that is the support for international students. We've turned our back on international students in Australia. They're now our second largest economic sector in terms of the dollars it brings into the Australian economy. And now, when they needed our support, we turned our back on them. What I am pleased tonight is that Council's actually proposing $133,000 to actually support our international students, specifically in the CBD of Geelong. And what we are going to attempt to try to do is to reduce the isolation and hardship that our international students are actually experiencing. And I hope we do partner with Deakin University and the Gordon, who both still have a significant large number of international students. And people probably don't understand, Air Asia through Avalon has been supported because of international students we have in Geelong, and now that has completely stopped. And we have to do everything we can to try to support that sector so that we do show we care about our international students. So I'm really pleased with that package. And look, and the only other comment I make about the free parking that's continuing if it is adopted in this resolution tonight is that no one has said in the previous package or in this package that we should not be policing the 2-hour car parking spots. Our previous package didn't say that. And this package doesn't say it either. It doesn't say that there should be no policing of the 2-hour time slots. It actually says the usage of them should be free. However, it doesn't say policing. So I'm bemused as to why we're not policing. And if I'd encourage those councillors who've got evidence that there's a lot of workers been parking outside of shops and hospitality places non-stop and breaching the 2-hour time limit. Look, I'll give you a piece of chalk each. You can actually walk around, mark the tyres, and 2 hours later we can get our local laws officers come around and find all those people for actually breaching the 2-hour time limit. So I'm happy to supply the chalk to all those councillors that have raised that issue. That time.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Speaking of time limits.
Councillor Manane, you were next.
Thank you. Just a couple of items that I was really pleased to see us get through. One was the $250,000 towards immediate support for our community groups. They're the lifeblood of community out there, and they are doing it tough, as we all know, and I'm sure that the small amount that they'll be able to get from that package will be very much appreciated, and I'm sure will edge into our community some great results. So that's a fantastic initiative. And also the $100,000 to providing advice to small business. We've talked about small business in the city, and I think it's important that we continue to support them with as much advice as support that we can. I on the free parking, I think we need to recognise that there will be some benefit in the free parking from people who, in a small way, who don't have to pay, and so we hope that that goes a long way for those who do benefit from it. I fear that the results that we're looking for in the CBD is a lot more complicated and will be a lot more expensive than that. But that's obviously something for another day, given that we've got this in the package. So I'm going to continue to support it, although I see only a small amount of value. It concerns me that when people ring up and ask for free parking, it isn't evidence in itself that free parking's working. It's evidence that people like free parking. Let's just make that clear. And also, I think we should stop talking about free parking. It's not free. There is a cost somewhere in the budget. We don't have the $12 million that's sitting there. We don't know what to do with it. That $12 million, if free parking did come in, or $4 million in this particular package, will have to be found somewhere, whether it be in some other way or more borrowings. It's free to the person who parks the car, but it's not free to CBD, not free to the council. But that said, we do need to be supporting our community. We do need to be supporting every individual in our community, and some individuals will benefit from that. And so I wish them well.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is really a very important package, and I really support, in principle, I really support most of it. I just want to state for the record that we didn't get this amendment until 10:50 Sunday evening, PM. And so I didn't see it till 8 o'clock Monday morning. And I have worked very hard on this since I've seen the actual wording of the amendment, and I have had officer advice that it was easy to implement my amendment. So I just want that on the record, that it was not just a last-minute thing. And as councillors, we are duty-bound to be checking our emails during the day. I check my emails. I expect everybody else would check theirs, not at 5:30 tonight for the first time in the day. Having said all that, I find this is an extremely important package. I regret that we're having free parking, but I will endorse it. I will endorse this as a last choice because it is such an important package. And I just would like to also endorse what Councillor Manane said, and I said it earlier, and that the free parking is actually a serious waste of ratepayer assets and funds. Anyway, given the fact that this is the only option, I will endorse this option now.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Contell, for the hard work and passion that you put into this motion. It's very well received. Once again, we have a motion before us, a motion that shows just how much this council is wanting to go in and fight for the community that it represents. Every single item on this community and economic support package has been carefully crafted with direct input from the community and reliable officer support. Right now, our community is struggling, and that's an understatement. It was clear that we needed to implement measures to help support our community to survive during the days of the lockdown, and so we did. But we have transitioned from survival to recovery, and that's very different. It requires different support measures. However, there is no clear line in the sand, and what we have seen in the recent days shows that we are both still in survival and recovery at the same time. But we have to make steps forward. I'm extraordinarily proud to have $490,000 for heritage, arts and culture initiatives in this package. Geelong just has such a vibrant arts and culture scene, and heritage is second to none. And I'm extraordinarily proud of how the sector has come together during this time. Now, the makeup of these recommendations in here under that banner came from the COVID, the Geelong COVID Arts Recovery Advisory Panel. And I'd like to personally thank everybody who committed to that panel. We've got $30,000 for skills and training, $330,000 for employment opportunities for the region's creative industries, and $150,000 for grants and funding. In regards to the tourism and events sector, $500,000 spread across 3 different initiatives based on the rejuvenation and recovery efforts of our domestic tourism and business events sector. And I have the utmost faith that the team down at Tourism Grad Geelong and the Ballerine will do an incredible job. They always do. Because our local economy, our local visitor economy, employs over 8,500 of our residents. That's a huge number. In regards to parking, I don't believe there is not one person on this council who is invested, who has been as committed, dedicated, or as knowledgeable in parking as Councillor Contell, and I trust his amendment entirely. Our first community and economic packages were about keeping our community from going under. We were learning how to tread water. Well, now we're learning how to swim, and we're heading towards the shore. We won't make it there all in one go. We'll be revisiting this. We will keep on adding on to this, but we'll get there on the way. And with that, I happily second and support the amendment.
Sullivan. Councillor Contell to close.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks for all the contribution from everyone. Definitely a lot of commentary and feedback, which has been great. As everyone has said, there's some fantastic initiatives here to support not only the community members, but also businesses, those working through some of the challenging times with the support packages that are included in here. I won't go over those. Many have spoken to them before, but there's no doubt, as others have said, our community is hurting badly. The unemployed are obviously struggling. Those in the arts, those in hospitality, those in the live music scene, the small businesses in particular, they're all struggling and all hurting and bleeding badly as a result of this pandemic. As Councillor Grisbeck has said, and others, there's no doubt we'll need to continue to support as we go through the next 6 months, which are still very, very uncertain. I will suggest to all the councillors that support this amendment tonight that you will not regret it. It will be a great investment, not a cost. It'll be an investment in our community. It'll be an investment in lives and livelihoods, as the Prime Minister refers to it. And those that are looking for evidence, I've tried to provide that tonight. What I can also inform my fellow councillors is that Sunday week ago, I launched an online survey, which I paid for personally, asking 3 questions. One of them being, would free parking encourage you to visit and socialise and shop and conduct business in the CBD? The other question was, do you think that free parking would help small businesses in the CBD? And I also asked, would you like free parking? And I've received 480 respondents thus far, and about 95.5% have answered yes. So there is evidence there. With that, Mayor Asher, I'll leave it to you to put it to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. We will put the Community Economic Support Package to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried.
Good. One, two,
well
please.
done, absolutely. All those in favour? Councillor Aitken, Councillor Murray, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Contell, Councillor Asher, Councillor Grisbeck, Councillor Mason, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Manane. Everyone, thank you. Well done, everybody. Okay, item 2, declaration of the 2020 to 21 rates, adoption of the 2018 to 22 council plan, update 2020 and the 2020 to 2021 budget, to be moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, this is the big item on the agenda tonight. It's how we actually spend $560 million of the community's money over the next 12 months. This is for the adoption of the budget. We did go out for public consultation, and we've also had a number of impacts associated with COVID-19 on the budget as well too. When we first announced our budget, we were looking at about a $13 million deficit. That deficit tonight with the COVID supports is now going to be $24,560,000. I sound like I'm at the Royal Children's Hospital appeal in Melbourne. This is an historic deficit for the organisation, but it actually reflects the commitment of this council to a massive infrastructure spend and also our COVID support programs. This is a recovery budget, and we are trying to help our community over the next 12 months. Some of the things that have impacted on the original budget that was brought to us was that the Grants Commission actually paid us in May, and that was $11.8 million. We're expecting it to actually occur in the 2021 financial year, but as part of the supports that were actually brought before.
You've got to move the amendment. I just had a little note. So can you just go back and say you'll move the amendment?
Yep.
Further to.
Well, I do apologise. The amendment does have to read that number 16.1.4 has to be changed to incorporating $1.5 million to estimated $5.165 million adjustment. And I do apologise.
Apologies for interrupting you. Yeah. You were compelling, so keep going. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mayor Asher. So, look, we did have an accounting benefit where the federal government brought forward all commission grants to local governments around Australia. Instead of receiving that $11.85 million in 2021, it's actually in this year's financial figures, so it's given us a boost for this year, and that was all about the federal government trying to bring forward cash flow to encourage local councils to actually undertake significant capital works. We also, since we announced our budget, we've had the deferral of the Avalon International Air Show, which has had a positive impact on the budget with a saving of $423,000. We also conducted our public submissions, which received 69 of them. And those submissions, we went through every single one of them as a council group, and the officers did as well too. And 3 adjustments have been suggested for the budget after those submissions. A number of them related towards McKillop Street in East Geelong, and Council has set aside in the budget tonight an additional $350,000 to address infrastructure issues associated with that request. There also was a request for emergency and immediate maintenance at Landy Field, and there is a budget proposal of $30,000 to be included tonight. And there was also, through public submissions, suggestions to actually create a seniors activity hub down in the Ballerine for all those people that are eligible seniors. And we've decided we will support that request for $30,000 to look at a feasibility study for that as well too. So there's a number of changes that have been presented tonight from our original budget, and I'll leave it for councillors to speak about their particular areas of interest. Mine certainly was that this was a fantastic process for myself, the first time to be the portfolio holder of the finance and chair, and work very closely with our finance team. I did have the opportunity to thank the officers previously, but I do want to thank them again. Narelle did a fantastic job, Karen did a fantastic job, and Michael did a fantastic job in our finance area in the city of Greater Geelong. It has been extremely challenging for us because of the environment that we've been creating this budget under, but I am very proud of what we have actually been able to achieve collectively as a group, and also financially in terms of that we are responding appropriately to the supports and the targets that the community needs during this unprecedented time.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Well said. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to go now, just so I can rattle off all the good things that are going to happen out of this budget. Look, I'm really, as Councillor Aiken has said, I'm really pleased to congratulate the officers in this space, Michael, Narelle, and Karen. I think that this is the first year of being a councillor for 3 years. This is the first budget that I've really understood well, been taken through the process, and it was a really good process. I understood everything, which is good in the budget. Look, one of the things that I'm really pleased about is that our rate increase is only 1.91%. We are under the rate capping amount set by the state government. So, and if it wasn't necessarily for COVID, we would probably be putting up a surplus budget. So we are in a good financial position. I think the costs of the services that we're going to deliver to the community are up $21 million, which will take it to $325.9 million of services that we provide to the community. The capital works budget, I think, has been said as $160.1 million. It's the largest capital program in history over the next 2 years. Some of the individual budget items, Hoffman Walk, the Lara Botanical Gardens, we're saying that they are, in the budget is $50,000 reoccurring for the maintenance there. We've got the Lara Rec Reserve, the master plan, first stage of the master plan, which is $2 million for netball and tennis facility in Lara. Shell Road in Corio, the netball courts and cricket nets, just under $1 million to be spent there. I think the Christmas decorations and the Christmas opportunities that go across municipality, I'm really excited. Some of the great programs that came out of the northern suburbs last year will be extended across the municipality. I'm really excited about the food organics that we will be trialling this year, the curbside collection for food organics, which is a really important part of the recycling system. Shared Trail Master Plan. Importantly, we are spending $6.6 million on the digital transformation, the investment, which is I think it's a record for the city in terms of digital investment. It'll really get us back to being able to have some really important dialogue with our community and having modern tools by which to do that. Norlane Community Initiatives, the community hub out there, we're excited to support that. Look, there are so many, I've got about 20 seconds. So, soccer has featured really well. Barwon, Leopold, Drysdale, Corio, Ranges, the car park, the bus shelter, whilst it's one of the most smallest amounts in the budget. I'm really excited that there's a bus shelter now going outside the lifestyle village in Lara. And the election also costs us $1.2 million. I did know that, but it was surprising to see that today. One quick thing, Madam Mayor, I'm just out of time. We will see an increase of FTE to the organisation. It'll go up by 64.1 FTE for the next financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just thought I'd like to get in before my fellow councillors did. Unlike Councillor Grisbeck, this is my 8.5 or 9th budget, depending on which way you look at it. Obviously I represent the continuing ward, as do the person to my left and the person to my right. So we've worked pretty hard as a group of 3 to get our projects up as best we could. We've done that over the last 3 years, and we've certainly finished on a bang this year. Getting things that really matter to council and certainly matter to me. I might put my glasses on. I'll start with probably one of the most important things, and that's the safety of children in our municipality. And that's a footpath down Burville's Road. People have been screaming for that footpath for years, ever since the Geelong Lutheran College opened. And I can't remember when that opened, Councillor Howard, probably before my time. So they desperately need a footpath down there. And now that Mount Dunedin is a sprawling, we certainly need to line up those roads and build a footpath across that intersection of Surf Coast Highway. So it's great that we're doing that. Geelong Amateur Football Netball Club / Queen's Park lighting upgrade. They've got over 1,000 plus playing members, both men and women. So they're exploding at the seams, so they need more lights so they can use more facilities because they are just going gangbusters down there, although not this year. But I'll talk a bit more about that later. Queen's Park Water Irrigation Project, I've been pushing this for years because we're currently using $100,000 of drinking water every year to water that golf course. It is a great golf course, but using $100,000 a year for drinking water is just ridiculous. So $750,000 in this year's budget to go to those projects, the irrigation projects. And I'm not looking at you, Councillor Mansfield. I'm looking at the clock right behind you. I'm running out of time. $600,000 for Grantham Drive Playground. That's up in Barrable Hills Estate. They're already working on that now because 150 of that 600 is from the developer. Warm Pond Skate Park, $300,000. Stage 2 Grovedale Football Netball Club. Armstrong Creek Community Centre, it's a men's shed, and community garden, $595,000. Mental health, certainly mental health, men's mental health is very close to my heart. Armstrong Creek Library Design, there's going to be 55,000 people down on in Armstrong Creek area. We don't have a library yet, and there's probably 3 libraries on the Bellarine, so we certainly need a library down there. Tim Hill Reserve, $100,000, so that the club at Alexander Thompson can use the Tim Hill Reserve and the people can come back and spend more money at the club. $2 billion for hard waste, which is great. We've been trying very hard to get hard waste up. In the last council, we got it up in this one. And more monies, I'll finish on $1 million trees project and more money into libraries, which I'm the chair of. When the state government funding is at a 30-year low, it's good that council are footing the bill for libraries and putting more money into libraries, which are great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Contell.
I hope we've got money for a defibrillator. Councillor Nelson, he has not drawn a breath. He is on fire. Look, this goes to prove that the submissions hearing panel is well worth contributing to and being engaged and involved in. And even though this year it was different, it was held virtually but excellently chaired by Councillor Sullivan, it's fantastic that the McKillop Street residents who have pushed the case so hard have been able to obtain $350,000 in the budget for things such as a crossing in McKillop Street, vehicle calming solutions, yet to be worked through. But we know it's such a dangerous stretch of road. In fact, I got a text message from Frank Kennedy on Sunday, who we all know was one of the people that put the submission in. There was a bad accident in there on Sunday again. So that's fantastic that the officers have seen fit to put that in there. And should this budget get adopted, that'll be great. Also good to see that Landyfield put such a big case forward and they've got $30,000 in the budget. Councillor Grisbeck, I don't know what you were thinking. The square pitch, the regional soccer facility, master planning, commencement that you championed, $50,000 in the budget. Fantastic to see Grinta Reserve. Councillor Sullivan once again worked really hard on this project. It borders both wards, but he championed this project and $425,000 in this budget for Grinta Reserve. And talking to those guys down there, Scotty and the guys, Councillor Sullivan, they haven't seen money for a long, long time, so they'll be rapt to be able to get those change rooms and lights. Thompson Reserve, $50,000. The 2 big ones, I will remind you to get ready for it, Councillor Murray, because last time you accused me of throwing you one quick late was St Joey's. I'll let Councillor Murray talk to St Joey's. Polworth, West Oval, $3.7 million on the pavilion upgrade for the mighty West Giants. And then a couple closer to home, Belt Park, Hammersley Park Playground, $80,000 for there. I know the Belt Park residents and Belpost Hill residents will be absolutely rapt with that. And Rippleside Park, $400,000 for the upgrade of their playground there. And then, of course, Spider Brady and the guys up at Myers Reserve will love the bitumening of the roadway into the Bowls, football, cricket and Rangers soccer club up there. They will absolutely be rapt that we're doing that. And of course the Million Trees, Ronnie, which is a great project and I'm sure we'll get a lot of support from the community.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I've said this at every meeting that we've had about the budget, but it's it's always a challenging process working through the budget, and I think we generally land in a place where everyone gets a bit of something they want in there, and all of us have things that don't make it in that we'd like to see in the budget, and the same goes for the community. We really appreciate the feedback we receive from the community, and would love to include more of the things that you are asking for in our budget, but it is a really difficult juggle, and what I would say to you is if there are things that we didn't get right for you this budget, keep providing us with feedback, keep lobbying us, and there'll be another budget next year, and you might have a shot then. Some of the things that I'm really proud of that are in this budget, in particular the Vital Communities project, where we're spending $589,000 on supporting the implementation of our social housing plan and also our social equity strategy. I think at the moment these are two really important areas. They always have been, but I think they're only going to get more important given the difficulties many in our community are experiencing regarding housing. We know that the housing affordability is really hitting a lot of people in our community even harder at the moment. We have a lot of people who are out of work as well, in particular young people, and the Vital Communities project does go to support our RISE program, which is Regional Industry Sector Employment, and that's specifically targeting youth unemployment. So these are really important areas of community support that this project will go towards. The Million Trees program, I think, something that has been mentioned before, but that's about expanding the urban forest canopy, the trial of food organics, curbside collection for food organics, something that we've heard calls from the community for years, and I'm really excited to see that will be underway this year. We are looking to continue on our zero carbon buildings program with some retrofitting of old buildings to improve energy efficiency and reduce our carbon emissions. We have invested in staff to protect biodiversity in our growth areas. That's something that's really, I think, can be overlooked sometimes when you're looking at building new developments. We've got to protect the biodiversity there if we want livable suburbs for communities as they grow. And as been mentioned, the community McKillop Street improvement works for the residential area beyond Ormond Street on beyond Ormond Road and McKillop Street. And although it wasn't in my ward, I was pleased to see that the seniors who I went out and saw crammed into their hall on Marcus Hill playing badminton. So certainly not socially distancing. That this was pre-COVID. We'll get $30,000 towards a feasibility study to look for a more suitable site.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. And I echo the sentiments of my other first-term councillors here. It's an absolute journey, your first term in office. And it feels like this is the budget where we've finally been in it from start to finish. We know what's going on. And what a budget it is, especially under the circumstances of what we're going through. Just to show some projects. And we're so excited down the Ballerine to have the Barwon Heads Arts and Community Hub, have a bit of money in that from the state, no doubt, but we put in our bit as well. Childcare centres, Jetty Road, Drysdale, to have the Ballerine enhanced broadband, the second year of funding down that way, to have high speed, internet now, all the way down to Queenscliff is a huge coup. The Drysdale precinct master plan implementation, so much hard work has gone there for so long. To get that done is amazing. Estuary Reserve in Leopold, to have lights there, to have the Leopold Football Club master plan coming along. The North Ballerine Aquatic Centre, something that our community has been crying out for years, and it's finally got traction. It's fantastic. So thank you, Mayor Asher, for your dogged determination on that. It's proven dividends. Of course, Port Arlington Rec Reserve, lights down there as well, amazing. As Councillor Contell said, Newcombe Football Netball Club, to finally get some results for them is absolutely amazing. And there was just as much hard work from Councillor Contell for a building club that's not actually in his ward. The work was tireless. So thank you, Councillor Contell. St Leonard Skate Park design. You know, the kids spoke and we listened. We got a lot of emails about that. Ocean Grove, Colindina, Shell Reserve, netball courts, cricket nets, playing surface. It's fantastic. An accelerated road sealing program for Port Arlington and St Leonard's. I'm very proud to have that in there. Each year we get so many emails, so many complaints. We have dust in the summer, we have poor drainage in the winter. So to get an accelerated program to identify which areas, and these are the areas that need that infrastructure, it's fantastic. Upgrading of road safety measures in the Port Arlington Primary School, that's well over-deserved. Stage 2, St Leonard's Streetscape. You know, you can't say no more money is going to St Leonard's because we're really listening as hard as we can and putting as much in as we can. And this is my little cherry. The ceiling of the Port Arlington Senior Citizens Car Park. 3 years I tried, and I got it on the third. So I'm very lucky about that. That's me, that's good. But other things, citywide, Geelong Gallery redevelopment, Central Heritage Fund, Tattershed redevelopment business case, you know, all the grants program, all the money going into groups, clubs, neighbourhood houses, the continued restoration of rural and regional landscapes, and the Southeast Bellarine Coastal Reserve strategy. You know, if I don't get in again, I'm done. I'm good. Here we go.
Well done, Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. Councillor Harwood. Can you?
Madam Mayor, I think what people get a sense of is the huge diversity of the region and what we pack into the Geelong region. And it's sometimes it irks me on occasions when we compare Geelong to other councils. We are not like another council. We are very, very different. We are an incredibly diverse, multicultural, industry, social services, business, and everything else that goes in between. So we have really rolled out again a budget that really covers the breadth of our region, which is what the community expect. Every part of this region expects to get, some consideration in a budget process. But as we know, money's finite, and we're finding that even more so. And I just want to make a comment in relation to some of the numbers we've rolled off are big numbers for big projects, etc. And one thing the community does look for is value for money. And it's not uncommon at times for comments to be made that a lot of money is spent for perhaps not the result that or the wow factor that people are really looking for. So I guess to the CEO and the staff there, that as council laws, obviously value for money is a real key. Not that that's new news, but that's one of the things that we take on as councillors. And I think it's important to also have that shift in mindset of allowing some of the community organisations to be involved in some of the particular projects where appropriate and where licensed and insured, etc. All those restrictions and regulations that we have. But you will always find a better result in a community organisation when the community themselves have been involved in it every day of the week, and I've seen that many, many times. So I just like to sort of make that particular comment. The other thing we have to consider, rolling out a massive infrastructure budget, with that comes, it's not just the costs we rolled out tonight, it's the ongoing costs into the future. That while they're not hidden, they're just not up in lights tonight as the money that we're spending is. So I just make that comment for future councils. For those who come back in time and sit around and go, be it a pool, a hall, whatever it might be, the cost never stops. It keeps rolling. So again, recurrent costs, one of those hidden sort of gems that you have in a budget that we don't always sort of cast our mind to, because we're a bit excited over the new bike with the new bell on it. But in actual fact, that new bike needs grease and oil and a bit of love every now and then. I just make those comments, but it is exciting. The community should be rightly pretty pleased with what's going to be rolled out in the near future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Sullivan and his excellent summary of all of the things that we've been fighting for. And I won't repeat all of the things that Councillor Sullivan has said, but I do want to emphasise that I'm very pleased with the work with the Rural and Peri-Urban Committee, and the restoring of the rural landscapes has now got recurrent funding up to $549,000 per year. I'm pleased that the potato shed master plan has now received extra funding up to 63k. I'm aware that I think Councillor Sullivan mentioned the Drysdale Sporting Precinct master plan. The Port Arlington Sports Reserve also, 250k. Ocean Grove Colandina. The Beacon Point Reserve is another pathway, walkway, 250k. The Clifton Springs landslide remediation, 100k into that. The Shell Road Netball Court cricket nets, 975,000. So we're really pleased with all of these things that we somehow or other get them into the budget. There's another interesting one, the South East Bellarine Coastal Reserve Study for 160k. And municipal-wide, I'm really pleased that the graffiti removal project has been will be approved, as the shared trails and the civic accommodation, which a great number of us have been put a lot of work into the civic accommodation project, and that's coming towards fruition as well. So with that, enough for me.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It certainly is an interesting process, and I want to raise the point that there was no dots on the wall this year. So we have shown significant improvement in the budget process. But be that as it may, a lot of the items have previously been mentioned by my fellow Brownbill Ward councillors. So I just want to give them a brief shout out as well to the McKillop Street traffic treatment. It really does show that the budget submission has its place, and something can come out of that night. And in relation to the Landy Field, and I note, I just want to note that as a result of that budget submission, just in relation to the Landy Field, and the minutes note that receiving further information about the cost of maintenance and the development of a master plan for Landy Field, and making an allocation for both in the 2021 budget. Yet the recommendation reads the cost of maintenance and the development of a facilities improvement plan for Landy Field, $30,000. So there is a little bit of difference there, and I just want the officers to note that the intention was for obviously maintenance and a master plan. So I do hope that is what comes out of that. And with Landy Field, the season starts in October, and this is passed tonight. They expect people down there with a paintbrush and and hammer and nails tomorrow. So if that can be done, Martin, that'd be great. And remove the sign that say the John Landy Committee of Management are in charge of Landy Field, because they haven't for about 4 years. So it'd be great if those signs are removed, and perhaps even signs indicating that the COVID-19 restrictions do apply at Landy Field, because if you have a look down there sometimes you cringe at the numbers and where they're training. And in fact, some of the athletic clubs with their in-ground, the grassed area training that's required, can't, because there's actually personal trainers with their groups training in there. So it needs looking at. And well, it's not a useless stat, but something I noted and I wanted to bring up, that 68% of the revenue in this year's budget comes from rates. And Councillor Aiken, I'm just letting you know that, because I'm sure you'd be across it. So some of the items as well. Western Oval, a significant contribution there, and Kevin Kirby is so happy about that. St Joseph's Netball Cricket Club, Netball and Football Club, with no season, the football this year. Hopefully we can bring that project forward. The hub at Newtown, actually Newtown hasn't got any meeting rooms, believe it or not. And so this might be an option for the meeting rooms at the Chilwell Library. Thompson Netball Club, a master plan for the netball basketball regional facility, new shark grills at Eastern Beach. We won't be able to see them, but they'll be new. and bitumised end of the Newtown Chilwell Football and Netball Club. Some of the items within the Brownville ward on the budget. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Manane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it was a pleasure to work with my two fellow councillors on the Kadini ward and agree a set of commitments that we thought were most important and Councillor Bruce and Councillor Ron. That said, I'd just like to recognise Council's commitment in this budget for their contribution towards some of the important social issues that we've been able to include in the numbers. The emergency food relief, $750,000 over 5 years. The homelessness project that Samaritan House are doing, which is absolutely best practice, $450,000. And as Councillor Mansfield has mentioned, the social housing and the Vital Communities project are both fantastic projects. So this budget is a bit transitional in that regard. Whilst we do have all of the exciting infrastructure projects around sport and childcare centres and the like, and our responsibilities to rates and rubbish, etc., it is a budget that clearly at this time has been listening to the community and to some extent gaining an understanding of the soft underbelly that exists out there in some of the unfortunate places in our community. And for some of the leadership that's been demonstrated by the team here to recognise that, I think is the great credit to the team to make sure that we're actually servicing the whole community. And my reading of the budget says that, we've got an underlying trading shortfall over the 2 years of about $20 million. So to be able to cater for everything we've heard tonight and show the consideration that we have in this budget, it is not something that's been done lightly. It's something that we've all thought carefully about and made what I think is astute decisions. And as Councillor Howard said, looking for value for money, given that money is scarce. And we do have a testing year in front of us. We don't know that there won't be more COVID-19 recovery packages required, and probably will be. We may be dealing with increased instances of hardship from ratepayers in terms of paying rates and charges, so we'll need to deal with that with consideration. And of course we've got major projects in terms of the City of Common, the digital transformation. So we've got a big year in front of us, but notwithstanding that, what we've been able to squeeze into this budget under very difficult circumstances, I think, is a terrific outcome. And I congratulate all my fellow councillors and all the council officers and the hard work that's been put together to get this result tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Perfect timing. Well done. This is a recovery budget, but it's also really exciting, and I can tell it's exciting because Councillor Grisbeck keeps giggling whenever someone's talking, which is, I think everybody's got a lot of energy around this. We've certainly spent a lot of time working with the team to get to this stage, and I'd really like to say thank you again to our CEO, Martin Cutter, and the team led by Michael Degina, most notably Karen Olsnicki and Narelle O'Shea for their fantastic work. The process was so clear and so simple in comparison to years previous to this one, and I think the output is testament to that. I'm particularly excited that we got some money set aside for the 50-metre outdoor heated year-round pool in Drysdale for the detailed design, $750,000. So thank you to my fellow councillors too for all the great work they've put in there. Shared trails is another passion, and there's some really interesting paths actually starting, which will be starting in the next few months, and one of those will be along the 13th Beach Road, thanks to Bowen Coast putting in money as well. And as Councillor Mason mentioned, the South East Bellarine Coastal Reserve Strategy, which is the link between Ocean Grove and Point Lonsdale. So from a local perspective, it's really nice to see the Bellarine getting some really good activity-based wins. And the sustainability activities is probably the third one that I'm particularly passionate about, following on from all the work done with the framework and the action plan. It's not a big amount that's been set aside for that, but it's to provide some much needed resources and expertise to keep that ball rolling from a triple bottom line perspective within the operation of City of Greater Geelong. So that's really exciting. And I absolutely have to take my hat off and thank the Chair of the Finance Committee, Councillor Anthony Aitken, and his erstwhile deputy, my deputy also, Kylie Grisbeck. Thank you so much. Ali, you've been a terrific Chair of the Finance Committee, and I will leave it to you to make sure that from a messaging point of view that we are really clear about the fact that half of the deficit that we've got is Commonwealth funding we received earlier than expected. So that in turn, of course, reduces the accounted deficit in the previous year. So it's an accounting shift which puts the deficit at around 24 million, when in real terms it's actually closer to 13 million. But I'll leave that to our Finance Chair to make sure that that message is driven home and the positive news is received really well. So thank you again to everybody and to my fellow councillors for their very collaborative and cooperative approach to the budget. Thank you. And on that note, we probably go back to Councillor Aitken to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, if you actually said to me that when I was taking up the role of Chair of Finance, that I'd be announcing a record deficit, I'd be of $24.5 million, I'd be announcing record borrowings of $138 million, and I'd be announcing a record spend of $560 million with a capital spend of $160 million, I probably wouldn't have put my hand up to be the chair of the Finance Committee. But what I'm really proud of is that all the councillors have actually put their stamp on this particular budget. And the reason why they've actually done that is because all of us recognise a core issue, and that is that the community has expectations that governments will actually support them during their darkest times of need. And the reality is, with COVID-19, we are experiencing one of those darkest periods at this point of time. And I'm proud how all of us in the City of Greater Geelong as elected officials, and proud of the management team in the City of Greater Geelong, have actually responded to the environment that we're working in, and tried to find as many supports and recovery opportunities that we can with this particular budget. And we've actually heard tonight how all councillors have actually contributed towards our 2021 budget. What I'm also, we will have more challenges financially going forward as well too, because of COVID-19. But we'll also have some opportunities as well too. And I certainly hope that one of those opportunities is that in the state and federal government's COVID infrastructure budgets that they're announcing in October, that they do support what I believe is one of the most important infrastructure projects, certainly in the northern part of Geelong, and that is the new Water World and the new Geelong Events and Civic Centre that is proposed to be built in the north. And that's going to be an opportunity for us as council, because if the state and federal governments use that budget to actually support that project, it will put a challenge to us to actually try to match that. And I hope that's a challenge that we do have to face going forward, and I look forward to working with our state and federal colleagues to try to look at that COVID infrastructure support. So well done to everybody involved, and I hope the community embraces the budget as much as we have as the collective council group.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. On that note, we'll put the budget to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Well done. Item 3 is the 2020 to 21 grants program, once again moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded by Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. It is a busy night for the finance team tonight. The next item is actually our grants program that we have in the City of Greater Geelong. If the community remembers, probably about 8 to 9 weeks ago, we actually suspended this particular program. And the reason being is because we recognised that with COVID-19, we needed to review our grants, and we needed to actually see if we could target those particular grants to assist the recovery in the community that was required and needed going forward. I'm pleased that tonight we're actually bringing the grant program back onto the agenda, and I'm pleased after a significant review that the robustness and the ability of our original grant program to address the concerns that council actually had has been able to stand up and actually be supported tonight, that we actually do release our grant program starting from the 1st of July. This is a $4 million injection into the community, and the great thing about this particular project is that it actually is the community who gets the opportunity to put in where we should be spending that $4 million. We've set the framework for it, but what does happen is that the community gets an opportunity to put in their applications for that particular funds. And another major initiative that's actually being proposed tonight too is that to assist our economic recovery in Geelong, we are proposing to bring forward our 21-22 financial year grant program into this financial year. So what we're actually proposing to do is that the $4 million that we've got proposed for next financial year should actually be brought forward into this financial year, and we're proposing to advertise that in March and April next year. So that's going to be a total of $8 million that's available for the community to actually put forward grant applications to the City of Greater Geelong. And that is unparalleled in terms of the amount of investment that we're making available for our community over the next 12 months. So I'm encouraging all communities to actually look for on the website, have a look at our grant programs that we are releasing tonight. There's a couple of new areas because of our COVID supports. We are actually going to have some quick COVID responding grants that will be released as well too and coming forward. We are still strongly committed to our First Nations Heritage Grant program. And although it's not listed in tonight's papers, what we are doing as council, we have made a strong commitment to work with our traditional owners, which is why we're actually not just going out and advertising that program now. We want to work with our traditional owners and actually put forward the best grant application process and procedures for our traditional owners to participate in that new grant funding round. There is so much built up community expectation about our capital infrastructure program, and I'm pleased that we are releasing that at this point in time as well too, and we are putting in much longer grant process for the community to participate in that project. We've listened to the concerns that the community has raised over the last 2 years. We've tailored and responded to new grant guidelines that are being released as well too, and in fact our community infrastructure grant program, we're looking at not just receiving the application and then assessing that and then making a decision. We want to work with those groups to actually see, after they've put in their application, to try to work with some of those organisations that have missed out in the past because they haven't had the capacity or the support or the ability to be able to match other organisations with their grant applications. So there's a whole reform behind the scenes as well too, that the organisation, as the council, is trying to make these the most transparent and accessible grant programs that we've ever released in the history of the City of Greater Geelong. So this is a fantastic good news story for the community, and this does deserve all of us as councillors to be promoting these grants and the variety of them that exists, and making sure that the community does have full access and ability to capitalise on this significant investment. The reality is the statistics show us that nearly for every $1 that the council puts in under our grant programs, we get at least another $9 return in the broader community. So that's a fantastic investment for the community and the council for the money that we're putting out there tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Great message. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Aitken, for taking my whole entire speech that I had planned. No, look, I think this is it's just an indication how excited we are about the community grants program, and you know, a lot of the community groups that I speak to are really anticipating this. This is where what I will see is some of them are the quick response grants to get the community clubs and community events back up and running. This is as Councillor Aitken had said, the program is for 2021 is $400,000 higher than it was last year, and $2.62 million above the 2018 and 2019 year. So we are continuing to invest in our community, and the community is continually telling us what they need to be sustainable. This is really important. Community infrastructure is a hotly contested grant program. Every time we have had it since implementation, it has been oversubscribed, and we have to make the independent assessor has to make those hard decisions around which ones to choose. I would encourage all of our community that want to be part of these grants, that necessarily haven't lodged a grant application before or need some help doing that. The officers are available and willing to help you. We have had plenty of opportunities for our officers to help the community at large, and there is obviously people on this council, in the offices, that would be more than happy to help step you through what you might be able to apply for. Please speak to them. Please call the direct line and ask for help, because I think if you asked for help, you'd be pleasantly surprised how welcoming those officers are to help for this application. The guidelines that we set last year, the review, there is no change to the existing grant categories at the moment, and obviously we have additional ones in terms of the First Nations Heritage Grants program. But the review has turned out that it's actually a great program. Now we will continue with our independent process that assesses these grant applications. And I think that's actually a true testament to our transparency here at Council, making sure that it is not influenced by anyone around this table. It is actually an independent process. And I think that's an important for the community infrastructure grants, especially because there is such significant investment. In saying that, I think the grants will open on the 17th of July, and it will be open for a period of approximately 10 weeks for the infrastructure grants, and that would give you plenty of time to speak to the officers and get your things in order to put your application in. And as Councillor Aiken has said, the other one for next year will be open earlier again, because we want to stimulate the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Well explained. Anyone got comments? Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll keep it short. I just wanted to take the opportunity, because I didn't do it during the budget. We try to thank those that are good at their work, and also those that lead a good portfolio. And there's no doubt that council staff have done a lot of work in the finance side of things in the last 6 months, as we've been working through the budget, but also through this grant program and also the next report. And I wanted to thank them for that. But I also wanted to thank Councillor Aitken, because you're right, he's been an excellent portfolio holder for finance. Obviously, he's got an accounting brain, and he's been able to assist us and use his skills for that, and provided good advice on this as well. We got criticised by the media for a period of time for holding back on this. It was never the intent to remove this support, and in fact, there was specifically they pointed out a Cryo Soccer Club as not getting funding because this grant was taken away. Well, we saw in the budget tonight there's $350,000 in human reserve going into that. Now, this grant program, as we've seen with others, is a terrific opportunity now for other community groups and sporting organisations that may have missed out in the budget to now have another go at some real significant funding that's here. As Councillor Grisbeck and Aitken have said, it's up to us now to spread the word and make sure that the community knows about it and has an opportunity to try and put their case forward to the best of their ability, and for help from officers and councillors to give themselves a real shot at this funding. So I'm really pleased that it's going out tonight, but equally what I'm pleased with is that along the way, as we know with the previous reports that have come in relation to this grant program, is we've now changed the goalposts a little, and we've made it a lot more flexible for organisations to be able to submit their applications for funding. So those that may have not been able to do so before, I'd encourage them to look again now because some of those goalposts have changed and the framework's a lot wider now. Privately owned clubs and associations that might be associated with schools, things of that nature, such as the St Joseph's Cricket Club, for instance, that have struggled in the past, and we know Barry's talked to us on many occasions. So, great opportunity again to stimulate, as Kylie said, but also for our community to have another shot at sustainability of their organisations.
Thanks, Councillor Contell. We're all about accessibility and inclusion. Any other councillors want to talk about the grants program? Okay, Councillor Aitken to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, I don't really think there's anything else to add, except to, I know we thank the officers in terms of the budget process, but I do want to thank Sally Beck for her role in this. Sally's finishes today with her grant role, and I think she starts as a project officer looking after the elections, so I'm making sure I keep really friendly with Sally. But of course I'm not going to breach any rules there. But Sally has actually done a fantastic job in terms of our grants program over the last 8 to 10 months to review it, to be able to respond to the COVID-19 issues that we've had, but to give confidence that some of the reforms and some of the things we're doing are more longer term and strategically important. And of course I'm really proud of the the First Nation Heritage Grant program that we're proposing in this financial year, and I look forward to seeing what is worked out with our First Nations people and come back to us with a really robust and exciting new grant program for the City of Greater Geelong.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. On that note, I'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Another good news story. Item 4 is the 2020 Sports Stimulus Funding Program, the endorsement of applications, to be moved by Councillor Nelson and seconded by Councillor Contell. Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the money continues to flow tonight on our budget night. This is a stimulus package provided by the Victorian Government, so credit where credit's due. This is provided to increase cash flow, increase employment and increase livability in our city. There's a $68 million fund for sport and rec projects throughout the state. So we've been asked to put together a list of shovel-ready projects that we think are worthy for our city. And they are in no particular order. I'm just looking for some in my ward, but none of them are in my ward. So you can't say that it's not fair. Leopold Tennis Club, Ocean Grove Golf Clubhouse, Shell Reserve, Anarchy Football and Netball Club, they're getting some more money, hopefully, and Wellington Reserve and Sports Lighting at St Albans Park, Osborne Park in North Geelong, Evans Reserve in Norlane, St Leonard's Reserve, Grinter Reserve and Winter Reserve in Belmont for lights in our patch, Councillor Harwood and Manane, and Burda Reserve also in Grovedale. And the third project coupling was play spaces, and the ones we nominated are St Helens Park in North Geelong, Warmpond Skate Park, Aldershot Reserve in St Albans Park and St Leonard's Skate Park. All those projects, if we get all those up, which would be fantastic for Geelong, would be, unlike what the media release says, of $15.96 million, unlike what it says there. But as it suggests, we have to be shovel-ready. So hopefully we are more shovel-ready than other municipalities, and we can get these projects underway because, as I said at the start, this will get people working in Geelong, and that's what we want more than anything during this COVID period. So if we can get some of these projects, if not all, that would be great for the municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, as Councillor Nelson said, this was a quick response initiative. We do acknowledge the state government for this investment of some $68 million, of which we've applied for some $10 million of that. What must be made clear, and I'm sure that Councillor Nelson has, but is that none of these are guaranteed, obviously. we've put a collection of projects together that we knew were ready to go, shovel-ready, as Councillor Nelson has said, and it's a good mix of sporting, female-friendly facilities, lighting, and then also play spaces, all important. It's challenging and difficult to accept from a lot of those community groups that put great projects forward that we couldn't consider in this round. It's always hard, as it was the budget, as is the grants program, as is this program. But as the community can see, there are significant opportunities. They will continue, and people shouldn't be disheartened if they didn't get over the line this time. And there was some excellent projects in there in all of our wards that we know just didn't get up. But we'll continue to work with those community clubs and organisations to try and help them in the future. It's great to see the play spaces getting put into this submission. Councillor Mansfield and Murray would be pleased to see St Helens Park in there. We know that it needs a lot of work. It's got so much potential. It's a beautiful place on the Geelong waterfront, but sometimes gets overlooked as a result of eastern and western beach. So if we could get that over the line, it would be tremendous for that area of Geelong, and of course Osborne Park in North Geelong, and St Albans and Grinta Reserves, a couple more in our Brownbill ward, but great projects all round, and hopefully we have more than 90% success rate. That would be a good outcome, I imagine.
Any other councillors got comments on this one? Councillor Grisbeck.
Sorry, just a quick one, Madam Mayor. It is good to see that these projects are not necessarily ones that are in the budget, but they are shovel-ready, ready to go. And given that the state government has put some pretty tight criteria around what we needed to put up for these particular grant program, these are the ones that we did pretty quickly, and thank you to the officers for the turnaround on these. We needed to sort of firm it up within about 2 weeks, I think. So they did some pretty heavy lifting to work out, what was the right projects to put in, how we would bundle them together, and what the costs were. Council also needs to realise that if these are successful, that we will need to co-contribute 10% of the cost of any successful program from the 2021 budget. So I hope we are successful in at least 2 out of 3, I reckon, if possible. Look, I'll aim for 3, but let's see how we go. I'm really pleased to have, quite a few of these that are sort of sitting in the background waiting, that weren't necessarily successful in this budget, but these are just shows that they are worthwhile programs and worthwhile projects within our community. Thank you.
So Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, this is actually a compass of COVID community infrastructure projects. It covers the north, it covers the south, it covers the east, and it covers the west. It covers pavilions, it covers lights, it covers playgrounds. So the smorgasbord that we're giving to the state government shows the beauty of the city of Greater Geelong, because there is a great opportunity to spread the economic stimulus across the whole of the city of Greater Geelong with the projects that we're presenting tonight. So I concur as well too with Councillor Nelson and Councillor Grisbeck that we couldn't have done any better with the variety of projects that we're presenting to the state government. It now is up to the state government and our local members in each of those compass areas to actually try to have a look at the smorgasbord we provided to them after tonight's decision, because there really are some great community projects that would benefit from this unique COVID infrastructure program that the state government has announced.
Councillor Aitken. Any other councillors like to comment on this? Back to Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I certainly was going to finish on what Councillor Aitken said about spreading the love, so to speak, which is what we tried to do. And I think we've done that pretty well. There's 5 projects in the Bellarine, 4 projects in Brownbill, 4 in Windermere and 3 in Cardinia, my ward. So I think we've done a pretty good balance. across municipality, as Councillor Aitken said, and for 15.96 million, all we have to spend is 1.5. So I think we can get good bang for our buck here and get the livability of Geelong even more livable. Thanks.
Right, well done, and thank you all for all your work on that. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Okay, item 5, restricting vehicles in Little Mallup and alternative access options. And this is for Councillor Contell, seconded Councillor Murray.
An amendment which is
Lovely,
up there at the moment, Councillor Asher,
Great, thank
which
you.
is a little different to the officer's report. So, in March this year, as councillors would remember, we adopted a proposal. Sorry, we adopted a proposal to restrict vehicles into Little Mallup Street between Denny's Place and Moorabool Street. But on the night, we recognised that we felt there was some more work to do to see if we could take that actually one step further and also look at perhaps making areas in and around Little Mallup Street, particularly around Shorts Place, perhaps more accessible and more versatile for future investment and future development. So whilst I respect the work that officers have put into the report thus far, I still don't think they've met the charter that was put forward, and in my opinion personally, I don't think it's right just yet. If we want to encourage ongoing development and we want the CBD to thrive, then we need to really plan for the future. And in order to encourage, I guess, out-of-the-box thinking from developers and businesses to attract them to the CBD, we don't want to restrict them with sort of now thinking. We need to make areas as versatile and as viable to invest in as possible. And what I mean by that, as we know, we've got the Belcher's Corner at the moment. We don't know what will be of that in the future. We also have all of the retail between Ryrie and Little Mallup Street on the western end. If that's going to be something different in the future, there is a real possibility that accessing some of those properties from the rear, perhaps having the ability to have access to car parks or building of car parks in and under the buildings would be a real requirement, and sort of basement access might allow people to then look at those areas of the CBD and think more broadly as to what could be, rather than perhaps just a shop that gets walked into from street level. It could be accommodation, it could be all sorts of things if we open it up a little more. The other thing that we could do by opening up some access to Shorts Place, we could then close off permanently between Denny's and Shorts Place potentially, and have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week al fresco in that area where it's safe. People could be in there at all times of the day or night, really enjoying that, where it's traffic-free. So what I'm asking for councillors to consider tonight is that, yes, we note the findings of restricting the vehicles to Little Mallup, but we also undertake further work with some key stakeholders in that area and the community to look at access into Shorts Place from Moorabool Street. That would allow us to perhaps do some of those things that I've just mentioned, such as the 24/7 al fresco, and also allow future investors in our city to look more broadly at what may be of that area of Geelong, which we know is becoming quite a vibrant area, particularly Little Mallup all the way along now is starting to get a lot of interest. And so that we get that information back to us by the 22nd of September, so it's quite a short time frame. And I would dearly love to be able to work with officers on that as well if they would have me. So with that, Councillor Asher, I'll put it to others to talk to.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Murray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, there's not a lot more to be said on this. It's actually asking for further report to come back. But what it's doing is delaying the installation of the bollards that we want and that the businesses want. But be that as it may, we'll come back with a report, as Councillor Contell has said, and it's right that it goes out for further public consultation, because we did that when we spoke to all those businesses in relation to the bollards. So it's only fair now that we speak to them all again about this latest proposal, which wasn't done in the first place. So I've got no problem supporting this alternative or the amendment.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Look, I'm pleased Councillors Murray and Contell have brought this recommendation, because I didn't support the original that was presented to us. The reality is the Belcher's Corner is now a major development site in the CBD of Geelong with its demolition, and we do have to try to address the issue that to try to maximise the development opportunity on that site, we have to be more creative about how you can access it, and simply by creating this model of laneway access and denial, in fact, it means that we're limiting the potential of that particular site, and it's certainly not something that we thought of probably 12 months to 2 years ago, but it's certainly something we have to consider now, which is why it's appropriate to have the report. And the other thing that it actually irked me was the report said Geelong wouldn't really cope with one-way traffic. Two cars would go down the same road. Well, they clearly wasn't a Geelong-based person that wrote that, because they've obviously never gone over the Queen's Park Bridge. Everybody who has grown up in Geelong, when you've driven a car, has experienced the Queen's Park Bridge. Well, everybody in Geelong knows about what a single-way access and how it actually operates. So hopefully either the officer or the consultants that actually wrote that was the reason why we shouldn't be doing access from Moorabool Street actually goes for a drive along the Queen's Park Bridge and actually experience how Geelong actually does understand how you can actually have a one-way road that actually you enter from either sides. So I'm pleased with the recommendation that's actually presented to us tonight, and hopefully we can get certainly something, a more longer term and strategic understanding of the importance of, because it's really fascinating. I mean, probably it's the wrong time to be talking about it, but our laneways were actually established to support the buildings that were amongst our major arterials. And what we're actually now doing is we're turning our laneways into the primary access point and destination point in the CBD of Geelong. And what it's doing, it's actually doing it to the detriment of all those major arterials, meaning like Ryrie Street, Moorabool Street, Malop Street, and all those type of things, because we're focusing on our laneways. So we're going through this significant planning change at the present time, and it's causing major problems in the CBD of Geelong. And I don't think the answer is just to continue to try to undermine the traditional planning process we had over 100 years ago to establish the CBD of Geelong. And I wait for how the planners and thinkers and those are actually responding to that.
Beautifully timed, Councillor Aitken. Thank you. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Look, I'm supportive of this amendment. I think it's certainly not going to do any harm to go out for some further consultation and see if we can land at a place that we can get more people happy with it. It's worth pointing out that currently a lot of the different stakeholders aren't satisfied with the current arrangement and want some changes. We've had some changes proposed. Not everyone agrees with any one in particular, and it's likely, well, no matter what we come up with, there'll be some people who don't agree with it, and that's one of the real challenges, I guess, of working on these kind of issues, that you'll never keep everyone happy, but I think there's definitely some more work that can be done to bring more people on board and as Councillor Contell's motion says, see if we can get a better balance between the different priorities in that area. So I'm supportive of this.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments on this one?
Mayor Asher, if I may.
Sorry, Councillor Sullivan. Yep.
Yep, I thank Councillor Contell for the amendment he's put before us here. I will just raise that as the original mover of this motion, early last year, so to speak, so we've been on about this topic for, since early last year. So I'm wary that we don't want to over-fatigue in consultation on this matter. We've been out, we've had public comment, we've sought further information, we're putting that out there again. I just don't believe we should be dragging this on too long. So I will support the amendment, I will support it out there, but I believe the community, and I would like personally to see work done on this, as soon as possible, as soon as right, but just so we're not constantly going back and forth on this issue over and over again. It's just my comments.
Point, Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Manane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think it's good to get some further consultation here. One of the things that struck me when I read this is that we're not used to here in Geelong we are used to hearing Geelong about certain types of buildings and certain types of businesses being in certain places. Where if you go to, for example, have a look around Melbourne, you say, oh gee, how did they get a hotel in there, or how did they get an apartment in there? Cities adapt and cities changed, and Geelong is probably at the start of that process. And what I'd encourage the report to have a look at some of the things that have cropped up in other areas that could actually apply to Geelong that we hadn't thought about or wasn't the standard in Geelong that could well become the standard in the future. So I think it's worth having another look to see what opportunities are, and it may be that some interesting opportunities might come out of it. So I think it's a good movement.
Great. Councillor Manane. Any others? Back to Councillor Contell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and once again, thanks for everyone's contribution. I do take on board Councillor Sullivan's comments. We don't want to fatigue the issue, I agree, and sometimes you can do that by too much consultation, and I once again agree with you on that. On this one here, though, I think we just do need to take half a step back to get it right. I received 3 calls on this today with people that were saying, gee, it's disappointing that that's occurred. I said, well, it hasn't occurred yet. That was what the paper wrote, but yeah, so there was some concern out there. I do thank Martin Cutter for helping draft this alternate, because that's helped us pave a way to take that next step now. So thanks, Martin, for that. And I think this will just give us some breathing space to engage a little further and hopefully get a really good outcome.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Contell. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 6 is the Stormwater Services Strategy 2020 to 2030, to be moved by Councillor Mason and seconded Councillor Contell. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is a very important project which supports environmental sustainability and general livability. Mayor Asher, there's been extensive community engagement, education and other consultation with stakeholders such as DELP, the Corangamite Catchment Management Authority, Parks Vic, Barwon Water, various other industry and private stakeholders. I also want to thank, at this stage, the hard-working and progressive City Services team who've developed this environmentally sensitive strategy, and it certainly fits our creative and clever city of design criteria. This provides a clear framework for the sustainable delivery of stormwater services, healthier landscapes, waterways and marine environment for over the next 10 years. It will use stormwater for parks and gardens and other city services wherever possible, instead of wasting high-quality drinking water, which we all must learn to carefully conserve. Engineering design, Madam Mayor, nowadays must build in conservation values into its design criteria. No longer are concrete-lined trapezoidal drains required to support water quickly to the sea, regarded as clever, creative or even holistic good scientific design. We must use the water wisely and allow some waterways and related areas to accommodate ephemeral flooding, which could be concurrently used as recreational open space and supports the natural environment. Indeed, planning for increasing population, a rapidly growing economy, climate change, lower rainfall, and at the same time, higher rainfall intensities events are all part of the design and the renewal. And another important part is a new concept of the user pays, and this will encourage the landholders to participate. Mayor Asher, the strategy's has identified 4 flagship projects where deficiencies are most highly observed. The proposed flagship projects are in the Northern Geelong Green Corridor project, the Lake Conowari Protection Project, the Bellarine Sustainable Water Project, and the Waterproofing Urban Geelong Project. And just to be specific, for example, the Bellarine project, like all of them, will require us to develop partnerships and attract significant levels of funding to realise them. So the Bellarine strategy would be to reduce stormwater flooding in several townships such as Ocean Grove and Clifton Springs. There'd be better management, to better manage the quality of water entering Swan Bay and Port Phillip Bay, to develop sustainable biodiversity, transport and recreational corridors which follow natural waterways between Bellarine communities using stormwater and recycled water harvested from the region. And this would have also tourism and economic benefits. It would also establish high-quality public open space and green canopies supported by harvested stormwater and recycled water to reduce the impact of coastal inundation and erosion in the existing communities. Madam Mayor, this project is an example. This project example shows how not only Bellarine but all communities might further express their unique identities and set the region on a path towards a future of sustainable water management.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I thank Councillor Mason for taking the lead on this one. He's obviously very knowledgeable in this area, as has been demonstrated in the past and tonight again. I'll just add a little more. There were some interesting points here in the report, one being that the 10-year plan is to obviously better manage and upgrade the city's network of pipes. But what it says here is that the open drains, the flood levees, the wetlands and other assets, if they were laid end to end, the network would stretch from here in Geelong to Alice Springs, which is, I imagine, some 4,000 or 5,000 kilometres, something like that.
The caravan, Councillor.
And as Councillor Mason has already suggested, the key 4 flagship projects, there's also some 15 objectives, those focused around responding to climate change, population growth, ageing assets, and also including the use of harvested stormwater for things such as parks and gardens, streets. That's to obviously reduce the impact and the demand on drinking water. Also to minimise flood disruption to roads and pathways and places of service and services, and to protect the health of our bays and waterways from the impacts of litter and pollution. So obviously a significant initiative.
Right. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is actually one of the more important strategies that if this passes tonight, that we'll have as a council. I know that drainage, issues around drainage and flooding are amongst some of the most common bits of feedback and complaints that we receive from residents. Certainly around our ward in Brownbill, where we have a lot of very, very old stormwater drainage systems and pipes. and it's a major concern to residents. But rather than just going on and patching those up as we need to, and trying to keep up with the, just trying to keep up with maintenance of those systems, what this strategy has actually done is it's taken a really comprehensive view of the whole system across the municipality. A lot of research and consultation has gone into this by our officers. They've mapped out the stormwater management challenges for the whole municipality, and then then looked at this in an innovative way to see how we can not only deal with those challenges, but look at how we can make the most of some of the opportunities that they present. So, stormwater, we're facing in the future the dual challenges of climate change around stormwater, increased storm frequency and intensity, and more frequent flooding on the one hand, and on the other hand, water scarcity and drought. And this plan actually helps to look at how we can protect assets from damage from those storm events and flooding events, the erosion, the contamination of our waterways, and other pollutants that run off in those major stormwater and flooding events. But on the other hand, deal with water scarcity and drought by collecting and harvesting that stormwater and putting it to good use. At the moment, we put a lot of drinking water on gardens and parks and areas that, we really don't need to be putting good quality drinking water on. We can be using stormwater that runs off and gets wasted onto those areas, but we need the right systems to do it. And this plan outlines, or this strategy basically outlines ways that we can deal with the risks of increased flooding and stormwater damage and manage that stormwater better, but also make the most of the opportunities of that additional, of collecting that water and putting it to good use. So I strongly endorse this strategy and thank everyone who's been involved in putting it together. The officers have done an incredible job, and thank all the stakeholders who've had input as well. It's a really excellent strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, my only point is this is actually a good example why the sustainability framework is one of the most meaningful and influential strategic policy documents that this council's actually adopted in the last 10 years. Because the reality is, without that framework, we actually wouldn't have actually considered the level of challenges and opportunities that exist in stormwater. What that the sustainability framework did for the organisation is that it actually encouraged the organisation in terms of city services to look at how they could actually address the issues about climate change, how they could look for unique opportunities to actually try to think differently with the challenges that actually possess. And I'm really pleased that the sustainability framework is now having significant influence on the council, and this particular document and strategy for the next 10 years, I hope is one of many, and I'm really encouraged that the organisation has embraced the sustainability framework to be able to produce such action documents and strategies as this particular one.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Any other comments? Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing that I was really impressed in this document is the implementation timeline, and it actually talks about, what do we need for the first couple of years. It actually talks about 2 to 5 years and then 5 to 10 years. And it's not something necessarily I've seen in a lot of our strategies around, that we're actually looking not only right now, but we're looking about, what do we need to do in 5 to 10 years' time? And we're talking about, commence the implementation of a North Geelong Green Corridor project by 2025. So this will inform our actions going forward. Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Murray.
Yeah, and really good point, Councillor Grisbeck. I was going to mention that the timeline is a real good guide to read, and actually the whole document was a really good read. Who would have thought there was so much involved in stormwater? But you started reading it and it was very informative, and you knew exactly what they were talking about. And the four flagship projects, the Northern Geelong Green Corridor project, Waterproofing Urban Geelong project, the Lake Connewarre Protection project and the Ballerine Sustainable Water project. Four really significant projects, and in fact the Northern Geelong Green Corridor project will be a nationally significant project. And I guess all of this requires significant government funding, so we look forward to that, the applications there. So again, congratulations to the staff involved in this, and when they gave us an update, you could see the excitement and hear the excitement in the way they spoke about it, and some of the, I think there was some guests too came in. So this is very significant, and I guess on any other meeting night, this might have been the number one, but well, it still might be tonight. But congratulate the staff involved, and it really, Geelong could be the leader in Australian-wide in this field, and I think that's what they said. And I guess the work done in the next 10 years to support the infrastructure really is there for generations then to come, so it's exciting.
Yep, well said, Councillor Murray. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Mason to close.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and I'm very pleased that everyone's so excited by this project because it could sound rather boring to start with, but really the enhancement of all of our waterways through this project will only be of great benefit to the environment and the bird life, all the flit paths all along these lovely enhanced waterways, etc. So the livability as well is it's going to be a great asset. And interestingly, thanks Councillor Contell for mentioning how the assets can stretch all the way to Alice Springs. But there is a lot of those assets do have to be maintained, and as well as the forward strategy, we have the maintenance strategy, with over 64,000 stormwater pits, 20 pump stations, and so on. I would like to say that that we also have 300 retarding basins, and in a sense, that 300 retarding basins relates to 300 catchment areas. And those catchment areas, for the purposes of this strategy, have been reduced and logically organised into 25 catchment areas. And so when you have a close look at the maps, you can see now, in terms of the stormwater strategy, we have 25 catchment areas within our City of Greater Geelong. I think it's wonderful work, and I do thank the City Services staff and their progressive thinking in putting all of this together. Thank you.
Councillor Mason, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Item 7, it doesn't get much more exciting than item 7. This is the Rabbit Control Plan 2020 to 2024. Once again, Councillor Mason to move this one and Councillor Aitken to second. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Just as the stormwater strategy did not appear to be exciting, so the Rabbit Action Plan and Control Plan is really very exciting also, especially for those environmentally aware people. And I'm pleased to be moving this recommendation of Chair of the Rural and Peri-Urban Committee, and I do thank the Environment Portfolio holders for giving me this opportunity, though one of them's not here at the moment. Because rabbits are a serious threat to Australia's ecosystems and their sustainability, they seek out and prefer to eat small native seedlings as they germinate. Rabbits preferentially graze, regenerating native plants on farms, in parks and public and private land and on roadsides. And so rabbits support the proliferation of weeds. This in turn reduces the food available for native birds and other fauna and generally degrades the environment. Further, rabbits cause serious erosion and degradation of waterways through their burrowing, especially in sandy conditions. Waterway embankments collapse and wash away, Even railway line and roadside embankments can be undermined, as is evidenced on the Bellarine Rail Trail. Our roadsides are indicators of native vegetation natural to a region. However, this is often no longer the case. Roadside vegetation is often degraded and weeds and exotic species proliferate due to rabbit prevalence. Similarly, many farms have small patches of remnant native vegetation. These areas are often degraded due to rabbits. This is often not understood. If you see healthy trees in a natural environment, you should also see young seedling trees. However, often this is not the case. Trees fenced off with rabbit-proof wire soon show their reproductive capacity. Farmers are well aware of their loss of production from rabbits. Rabbits seriously reduce crop productivity. Farmers use a simple rule of thumb for stocking rates, the dry sheep equivalent, or DSE. For your information, one beef animal is equivalent to 12 sheep. One sheep is equivalent to 12 rabbits. And as Councillor Asher mentioned earlier tonight, rabbits breed prolifically. A doe normally has 4 to 6 kittens within a gestation period of 30 days. Females are immediately fertile, believe it or not, after giving birth. And so one doe can produce 28 kittens in 1 year. Young rabbits do not stay in the same family. They must move on to establish themselves. As a result, 184 rabbits per year can result from the union of one pair. Our natural environment is not sustainable unless rabbit controls are in place. I would also like to thank council officers who put a huge amount of work into this document, most recently during the life of this council. I want to thank the Rural and Peri-Urban Committee led by Jeff McFarlane, Subcommittee. Jeff McFarlane, who has also been a rich resource, drawing upon a lifetime of professional experience as an Agriculture Department officer. I also want to recognise the National Land Care Movement through its education and engagement with farmers and other land care holders have profoundly positive effect in redressing land degradation problems. These problems began with European settlement and the introduction of many exotic species, many of which have damaged the unique Australian ecosystem. Rabbits are one of the major invertebrate culprits. Council officers have commendably collaborated with Landcare and have already undertaken comprehensive community engagement. We now submit this for further consultation and improvement. We have a duty to educate the community and to undertake risk analysis. State-of-the-art control involves integrated methods involving all landholders, public and private. Control methods are not successful unless all stakeholders within a particular locality participate. If there is a recalcitrant party, then controls will be ultimately ineffective. The methods vary depending on the population density, presence of pets and other animals, whether in farming, urban or rural living zones. Many methods exist: biological controls, mixo, calcivirus, fumigation, baiting, shooting, exclusion fencing and ferreting. One more sentence.
All right.
No one of these are successful individually. Careful risk analysis must be undertaken and the actual risks and mitigations understood by all when using approved fumigants and baits. All of this and more is within this well-designed document, which is recommended for further 8 weeks community consultation.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Aitken.
Oh, thank you very much. Look, I too want to join in the discussion about this particular issue. Geelong's synonymous for bringing commercial refrigeration and ice into the world. We're synonymous with Gary Ablett Senior and Gary Ablett Junior. We also developed the ute, which is the modern pickup. We helped design the Hills hoist. But you know what we did do? We had the notoriety of introducing the greatest environmental catastrophe that Australia has ever seen, and that's the rabbit. And we've got some forebears of Councillor Mason to thank. In that Thomas Austin in 1859 actually brought rabbits down to Barwon Park, and what he did was that he actually introduced them so he could have something familiar to shoot, he said. Well, what he did do was create the greatest environmental catastrophe that Australia has ever seen. And unfortunately, in 2020, we're still suffering from that catastrophic decision that Thomas Austin made to Australia. And I regret that most people in Australia know that we introduced rabbits to Australia. I am proud that Joan Mitchell actually tried to turn that into a novel aspect about the rabbit, where every bollard that you actually see along our waterfront actually has a rabbit painted on it, and people forget that now. So if you are going along the bollards, have a look and you'll see a rabbit painted on every single bollard, and that's one of the legacies that Jan Mitchell left us. But this issue is really important in our rural community, and councillors, don't dismiss it, because we had 580 engagements on this particular policy. And it really is about trying to work with our rural community, our land care groups, and try and find new and innovative control techniques for rabbits. Rabbits are a major problem in our rural areas of Geelong. Do not think because you live in an urbanised community or urban Geelong that rabbits aren't an issue. They are a significant issue and have been for us in Geelong since 1859.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Anybody else want to talk on this one? I'm watching the time because we have to vote to go past 10 o'clock. So, Councillor Sullivan, go for it. And then if we don't need to talk,
Thank you. Well, I'm going to take great pride in this for a moment, Madam Mayor, because I will take a moment to correct Councillor Aitken that Barwon Park is actually outside of Winchelsea, so not in Geelong.
Well, Geelong area, I mean...
But he's quite correct. There's, what has caused more devastation than the rabbits on the Australian landscape? They're absolute horrid things, and less of them the better. But it is very interesting, the techniques written down here of how we are actually combating, such as remote sensing cameras and drones. The city of Greater Geelong is entering in drone warfare with the rabbits. I hope it ends up better than the Australian war with the emus last century. I fully support everything Councillor Mason has said. The more work we can do into tackling these pests, the better. So I'm happy to endorse the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Anyone else want to talk on this one? I'd just like to elaborate. When I mentioned it earlier, I didn't just say that rabbits breed a lot. I actually did say that 2 rabbits becomes 184 rabbits in 18 months. So I did go a little bit beyond stating the obvious. Councillor Mansfield, did you want to say something?
To point out that this motion is calling for this isn't us endorsing the plan, we're putting it out for at least for more consultation. So just as always, if you've got an interest in this area and have some views about the proposals within the plan, please give us that feedback. We've got, I think, 8 weeks that it's open for, so do let us know, because we are always interested in what the community has to say.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Mason to close.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. And so it is really good. I do thank those councillors that made their inputs to this. It is a really important issue. And the sustainability of our Australian environment, our natural environment, depends on it. I would also like to mention that there are risks involved in rabbit control, and we do have to, it's really good that it's going out for consultation, because it is a further opportunity not only for hearing what people say, but educating the public generally. And we do have to undertake risk analysis in higher density areas as opposed to lower density living areas. And so it has been shown also that in terms of rabbit control, one has to destroy the warrens. And if the warrens are not destroyed, then they will be reinvaded. And this is a fundamental necessity in the area of rabbit control. So rabbit control has become an applied science, and the modern methods which must be applied, which are effective on one hand and pose no significant threat to humans and natural systems on the other, must be considered. Many land managers need education in rabbit biology and ecology and the modern control methods. They must be led to understand that integrated control is most important, and the destruction of warrens is an especially important element of that. This is an excellent document, and it still can be improved and is worthy of further community consultation. I commend the recommendation.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Right, we have reached 1 minute to 10 p.m. and as per our meeting procedures, local law, we can't continue after 10 o'clock without putting it to the vote. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Grisbeck, seconded Councillor Mason to go after 10 p.m. All those in favour? None of us want to, but we will. Come on. Those in favour, those against? Oh, okay, carried.
Numbers are growing.
Awesome.
Me by myself now.
We've got notices of motion in play, so thank you. It's carried.
Sorry, Madam, that motion can't be spoken on?
Oh, the time one?
Yeah.
No.
Good.
No, it's procedural. Phew. There's plenty of motions to talk on, Pete. Okay, item number 8 is the procurement policy update to be moved by Councillor Aitken. You're going to have tonsillitis after tonight, Councillor Aitken, and seconded Councillor Contell. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, the CEO Employment Matters Committee has had a new member join, an independent...
Procurement policy.
Procurement policy.
Procurement policy is this one, and then it's CEO Matters, according to my list.
I do apologise. Not the way it's written on my agenda, but...
On the digitised one. Yep. Are you okay to do procurement policy?
Number 8, yeah.
Procurement policy
is number 8.
Been swapped, have they? Okay, I do apologise because I'm confused. So we're going to do procurement first now as number 8, and then we're going to do CEO as number 9.
Yep, that's what we've got on the digital version. Right. Great, thanks, Councillor Aitken.
Well, the procurement policy is come back to us as the councillors. We did have a briefing a couple of weeks ago as a council group. This actually outlines the purchasing policy that the City of Greater Geelong has, and some of the highlights include that during calendar year 2019 we were just 0.24% short of 60% local procurement for the council, which was a fantastic achievement. In terms of dollars, we actually spent $139 million on local procurement last calendar year, which is a really fantastic testament to the organisation's commitment to try to actually buy local. And what this policy is doing is actually enhancing that even further. And I just draw councillors' attention to some of the new things that are part of the procurement policy. The first one is council did sign up to the Small Business Charter, and there's now a very famous photo of our Deputy Mayor with the former Minister for Local Government, Adam Samurak, and they've both got their signatures on the Small Business Charter, and I think Councillor Gresbeck's going to keep a copy of that photo for the rest of her life to show you can pick who your minister is, but you can't pick what the minister actually does. So this policy is actually being modified to include the Small Business Charter, and the Small Business Charter is about reducing payment times for small business suppliers, working with small businesses to manage the impacts of infrastructure projects, streamlining the approval process for starting a business, and helping set up and support local business networks. That's been introduced into the procurement model. There's also a focus on gender equity. Under the first time ever, we have a female mayor and female deputy, and an influence that they've had is in our procurement policy, and our gender equity considerations are actually now part of our procurement policy that we're adopting tonight, which is fantastic as well too. So we're going to look for opportunities to try to promote female who are involved in suppliers and vendors that the organisation has relationships with. And I'm also pleased as well too that the new procurement policy is also looking at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. where the city's going to try and identify opportunities to work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses or enterprises engaged as contractors or subcontractors or suppliers, and try and see if we can really work with them to spend some of that significant millions of dollars that the council has in its procurement responsibilities. So this is a good policy update. In fact, the evidence suggests that council is actually already doing very well in terms of local procurement. So I'm really happy with the progress that we've had, and but look forward to the focus on those areas that I've mentioned tonight to improve it even further.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Contell.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Aitken has summed it up reasonably well, so I'll just add a couple of other supporting comments. One is that the policy is providing some weighting to buying from local businesses. Now, I know we can't weight that too heavily because it needs to be competitive, but obviously there is an opportunity here for us to continue to stimulate within our local region. We've got a lot of great companies out there at the moment, and that's growing by the year with more and more people moving into Geelong. And so, we should be able to get really great supplies and services from local contractors and businesses. So that's good, and it's something that we should look at further going forward as well. I remember a previous policy that we had, and I didn't pick it up in here, and I'll have to just make sure that I look more carefully next time this comes to our attention. But we used to have in our procurement policy some weighting on companies that employed apprentices here in Geelong, and I don't see that. Maybe that's changed over the years, but I thought that was actually quite a good initiative because it did encourage businesses to employ young people, or not even necessarily young people, but training them in qualifications in terms of apprenticeship. So that was good. So we might have to just keep an eye out for that, see if it's something we can consider in the future if we think it's reasonable. And also the fact that we're putting more onus on reducing environmental impacts, such as the use of recycled materials and in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I think that's fantastic, and we've been doing a lot more of that ourselves. Also, with some recent marketing that we've put out there in comms in regards to the roads projects that we've had, we've been using plastics in the bitumen. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Aitken to close.
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Thank you. We'll put the procurement policy to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Item 9, which is actually item 8 apparently on the digitised version or the website version, is the CEO Employment Matters Policy Review. I'll be moving this one, seconded by Councillor Grisbeck. This item is fairly simple. It sets out a framework for appointing the city's CEO, assessing their performance and determining the remuneration. The process now includes an independent panel member as part of the CEO Employment Matters Committee, as well as development of KPIs and ongoing professional development and performance assessment. And I'd just like to thank my fellow committee members, including our independent member Mike McKinstry, and also, importantly, our Director of People and Culture, Karina Filand, for really terrific input and assistance with this process. I think we've got a fairly robust process going now. So that's about it for this one. Councillor Grisbeck?
Yeah, nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else like to comment on this one? Great. Well, I'll close. That's nothing further from me, and we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Item 10. We need to go into confidential. Can I have a mover and seconder to go into confidential? Moved Councillor Nelson, seconded Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Terrific. And item 11 is the Audit and Risk Committee summary report, also to go into confidential. Moved Councillor Aitken, seconded Councillor Sullivan to go into...
Yeah, actually, just before we do take the vote, can I just congratulate to the CEO for actually adopting the request that the council had to try to give a bit of description about these items going into confidentiality. So thank you very much, Martin. it is important for the community we try to give as much transparency as we can, and we are going to try where we can to actually put forward the titles of the without breaching confidentiality. So I'm really pleased with that step forward, instead of just saying it's a contractual matter or some descriptor that actually has no meaningful terminology to the community.
Yep, that's a good point, and I echo those thanks. Thank you, Mr. CEO. So all those in favour of item 11, thank you. Those against, carried. Okay, section C, another exciting moment. We've got 3 notices of motion this evening. The first one from Councillor Aitken. It's the COVID-19 Councillor Allowance Increase Freeze and Senior Officer Wage Freeze. And Councillor Aitken has proposed this notice of motion, and Councillor Grisbeck is going to second it. Councillor Aitken, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Where do I begin to start? Look, probably about I think it was about the 19th of March, which was like the 3rd day after we'd sort of hit the COVID. There was actually discussions amongst the council group. What could we do to actually show tangible evidence of our leadership on the issue of restraint and commitment, that we understood the significant pain that was occurring in the broader community. And there were a number of proposals flagged, and I want to thank Councillor Mason, who actually suggested some changes to councillors' allowance, Councillor Gresbeck, who actually talked about freezes, Councillor Contell, who actually talked about some donations, and councillors did respect that there was a number of that the community did have an expectation that we showed leadership to demonstrate to the community that we understood the significance of the pain that a number of members of our community were suffering associated with COVID-19. I'm really pleased after those initial discussions that we did go and speak to the CEO, and the CEO unsolicited actually put forward the proposition to consider that he would actually forgo any remuneration increase for the 12-month period. And further discussions between the council group and led by the Mayor then indicated that it really should be a whole of organisation response. And so councillors tonight, I'm actually suggesting that we do propose to have a freeze of our allowances for a 12-month period. Legislation restricts us that we can only request that to the end of our electoral term, but I strongly suggest to any councillors that are re-elected or new councillors that sit in this chamber from November of this year that they continue that strong show of unity and support for those people that are suffering in our community, but also show the leadership and support with our CEO and our senior management team, who have all collectively agreed that we will have a united front on this particular issue. And what we will be doing if this motion is passed, we will be joining the CEO and the senior management team and not having any remuneration increases for the next 12 months. I'm flabbergasted that some of our local government colleagues in our neighbouring municipalities have not adopted this as well too. I cannot believe that they think it's not a leadership issue. It certainly is a leadership issue, and I'm really encouraged that that if we support this motion tonight, that we are totally united as a council group and also with our senior management team, that it is our responsibility to make these type of decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Well said. Councillor Grisbeck.
I just reserve my right, please.
Absolutely. Anybody else would like to talk on this one? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't sure whether I was going to say anything or not, but now that Councillor Aitken's opened the box, I think I'm going to have a little bit to say. I completely agree with doing this because, yes, it does show leadership. Councillor Aitken's wondering what I'm about to say. You'll find out in just a sec. You know, we've known about COVID-19 since last year. Sure, it's taken a bit of a time for us to work out what's actually going on, but we've known about it for quite some time. And as leaders, leaders in our community, we need to show that we are listening to our community, and nothing flies in the face against that than what I'm about to read out. Our local MP, Richard Miles from Corio electorate, from January to March spent $65,000 on travel alone, just on travel, on top of his $400,000 wage. In July, or so, as of tomorrow, our state politicians will be getting an extra, the Premier will be getting extra $46,000 on top of his $400,000 wage. And they're saying they need that extra $46,000 because they're having to work after work hours and on weekends. And everyone that sits around this table works after hours and on weekends. So I think us as a council and the Surf Coast Shire also said that they want to increase their allowance. And for me, it doesn't pass the pub test. And I think we need to be listening to our community. And what I've just said about all those expenses just shows that people aren't listening to their community, and we are. So I think it's commendable for Councillor Aitken to bring this forward, but it certainly did start with Councillor Mason, so he needs to be recognised as well. So that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, whilst it's been noted that there's been a bit of discussion around this matter, in my mind, actually, I don't think I ever thought that any of the councillors here would want the increase. Even without talking to them, I just don't think that the group is of that mind. They're obviously in touch with what's going on, and whilst there was a little bit of discussion, it actually wasn't all that much. I don't think it took too much thinking about, and councillors were all on board. In fact, it's the least we could do. Anything more than what we're doing tonight would be overindulgence, and so I think it's the least we can do, and it's great that we've not even had to talk about it. I think the CEO is showing excellent and strong leadership, and so is the executive team. So that's good work.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Contell. Anyone else like to comment? Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'd just like to add my thanks to the CEO and the team for the leadership they've shown on this issue, and recognise that perhaps the last 3 months they've worked harder than ever, and at the same time any pay increases at a time when they probably deserve it more than ever. So really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Mansfield. Okay, Councillor Aitken to close. Oh, sorry, it was reserved right. Sorry,
Thank
I thought
you,
there was
that's all
something
right.
I was missing.
Just quickly, I think if the community thinks that we do this job for the money, then they're severely mistaken. This is a leadership challenge, and I think that if we were not to pass this notice of motion, I think that it does say something for us as community leaders, and I think that I'm sure my fellow colleagues. Most of them would probably agree with this notice of motion, so I'm probably preaching to the converted. But I just think that the slight increase that we would get to our already small income for this job is not a substantial amount that we can forego, given our leadership is important in the community. And I agree with Councillor Mansfield. It is a time when both officers, CEOs and councillors have worked the hardest that they can during this pandemic. But in fact, it just shows that we are dedicated to the community, and that we think that these funds can definitely be spent on probably most of the COVID relief package. It's probably going to go a small way to some of those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Look, thank you to all the councillors. It is important that we show unity on this issue. The discussion tonight reflects the discussions we've had over the past 8 to 10 weeks as a council group and a senior management group. Look, it is also financially prudent of us as well too. I mean, we are announcing tonight with the budget a major deficit This does show financial restraint on behalf of the council group. It is estimated it's around about $200,000 worth of savings over the next 12 months, so that certainly isn't something to sneeze at. So it does have a financial impact for the organisation with the decision that we're making tonight. But what the most important thing that I'm really proud of is that councillors are doing it in unity with our senior management team, and that shows when you are both collectively of the same culture and understanding, you can reach the conclusions that we have with this particular one, because I haven't seen any dissent from our senior management team with the proposition, and I haven't seen any dissent from our council group. So that shows that we are united, certainly in this particular issue and our responsibilities that we're confronting associated with COVID-19. So thank you to the councillors, and more importantly, thank you to our CEO and our senior management team, because financially it actually is a significantly more impact on our senior management team than what it is ourselves, because all we're talking about is a minor allowance that we receive, but our senior management team is actually talking about the remuneration that they receive as well too. So certainly whenever I get the opportunity after tonight's decision to speak with any of the senior management team, I'll be thanking them for supporting this initiative. Yeah.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. On behalf of all of us, thank you, Martin and the team. Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour of the notice of motion? Those against? Carried. Well done. Yep, absolutely.
Well worth it.
Those in favour? Everybody, was it? So we've got Councillor Manane, Nelson, Harwood, Sullivan, Mason, Grisbeck, Asher, Contell, Mansfield, Murray, Aitken. Thank you. Okay, well done. Thank you, Ali, for bringing that through. Councillor Manane has brought a notice of motion about sustainable transport, and we have this to be seconded by Councillor Grisbeck, I believe, as Portfolio Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This notice is brought this evening to ensure that the city doesn't lose any of its current momentum in addressing the need for the development of sustainable transport options to match the growth of our city and, in fact, our region. Council's 30-year plan of a clever and creative future will see our city and our region having a lessening dependence on car travel and a greater usage of active transport, and enjoy better public transport availability. This notice of motion calls on the council officers to collaborate with all key stakeholders and government agencies to coordinate the municipality's transport planning, and we would like those discussions with shareholders and government agents to be ongoing to get the results that we require. Importantly, we need to identify both short-term and long-term sustainable transport projects that are ready for funding, particularly those that support active travel and other means to reduce our dependence on vehicle travel for commuting, shopping and recreation. We are seeing other cities being very proactive in this regard, and we as a city currently have some momentum. We need to be ready when incentive investment is available, and in this current environment that could come at any time from either the state or the federal government. The sports grant opportunity that I think it was some $15 million, I think it was Councillor Nelson presented tonight, is an example of the sorts of incentive investment that could come forward at any time. Businesses are already moving forward on this at a pretty great rate. Recent major buildings in the CBD, TAC, WorkSafe, NUS, we all know them, have very extensive end-of-year facilities, probably well past the infrastructure on our carriageway would require. And new buildings, including our own building, the quintessential building beside it, the Gym HBA building, and all of the major residential developments, they're all including major extensive end-of-trip facilities to make sure that they are ready with those investments for the future. So we need to make sure that we are keeping pace with the other leaders in our community in this regard. And I also note that in the last 3 months we've seen many of our residents out walking, riding. So I think the public are also sending us a message of what they want from us in the new Geelong going forward. So I look forward to receiving the officer's report by year end, as requested in the notice, and hopefully there'll be some small projects that council itself could include in its own 21-22 budget, in addition to the opportunities that are likely to come our way in the next calendar year in this regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Manane. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to second this motion because it is around getting a report back. It's not actually identifying nor approving any particular projects. It is just getting a report back about how we can continue to plan for transport in our region. And we know that we're not the only ones responsible for transport within this area. We have, as Councillor Manane has said, we have key stakeholders in the state and sometimes the federal government as well. So this report hopefully will bring it all into one report that we will be able to be clear and succinct about how we go forward with the planning for our community. So on that note, I wanted to support Councillor Manane on this notice of motion.
Grisbeck. Any others want to comment on this one? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly support Councillor Manane in his bid for us to collaborate with the state government. Nothing more important than what we were discussing recently, and people can certainly get online and look at, I'll get it up, Major Road Projects Victoria, Barwon Heads Road duplication. It's a $318 million project, only 4 kilometres, which is not very far for $318 million, which is a great project, don't get me wrong, but it does not include a designated bike lane. So if there's anyone watching tonight, please jump on that website and ask for that bike lane, because the devil is in the detail. It's a great project, but it certainly needs that connection, because we are building bike lanes in Geelong, yet there's no bike lane, designated bike lane out to Armstrong Creek. So please jump online and have your say.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I really support this motion that Councillor Manane has put forward. It, I think, is a clever strategic move as well in the current environment where both state and federal governments will be looking to potentially spend on infrastructure, and this means we can clearly have all our ducks lined up so we can lobby for some of that funding if and when it becomes available, and make sure we're spending it in the best places for where we want to head as a community in terms of our transport. As Councillor Manane has said, there's a real need to look at how we can grow our transport system more sustainably. So that's looking at public transport and active transport methods, and that we have a long way to go there. And with a bit of extra support and funding, we can definitely make that happen. But having that all together in one document and outlining projects that are ready to go will be very helpful when it comes to lobbying for additional funding.
Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Contell.
Mayor, look, I'm happy to support the NOM. I'm just hoping it doesn't confuse officers. We've got the Principal Bike Network plan, we've got the Better Bike Connections, we've got the Transport Network Operating Plan, and so I'm just hoping we're not going to create another plan that might confuse officers or others. Obviously it won't be this council that's looking at it, it'll be the next council, unless it's done before the caretaker mode, but I note that we're asking for the report to be brought back to council by December, and I imagine that officers will need every bit of that to do the work. So it'll be the new council that looks at it, and I guess we'll just see what comes back and look at it with critique and with caution as well.
Councillor Contell, any other comments? I'll just say I think the Bellarine councillors have led the charge so far with the Shared Trails Master Plan. So it's good to see that other councillors are also interested in moving our sustainable lifestyle forward. So well done. Councillor Manane to close.
And thank you everybody for your support. It is an opportunity, and as Councillor Contell said, it'll probably be the next council who gets the benefit out of the notice. But if we can put the work in now, future councils are going to benefit. So thank you for your support, and look forward to seeing the report in due course.
Put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Great. Those against? Carried. Okay, Councillor Contell has brought a notice of motion to the Chamber of Geelong Central Business District Engagement Task Force. Councillor Contell is moving this and Councillor Aitken is seconding, and I believe you have an amendment to put up.
Moving it with just some slight changes that didn't get through before 4 o'clock on Friday. Are they highlighted there? So that is... Yeah. The main change is that it would be a commercial property in the 3220 suburb, and also that you are not a current member of the Central Geelong Marketing Committee. So they're the two little changes. And then I'm happy to talk to it if you'd like me to, Madam Mayor.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Aitken seconding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll accept that. I'm happy to accept the change. Yeah.
Okay.
So, as I foreshadowed to councillors last week, we've spoken about COVID quite significantly tonight already, so I won't go over old ground as to just how much of an impact this is having on community, but also the CBD, and there's been things that we've done tonight that will obviously support the CBD. But in order for us to navigate through the current challenges and recover from COVID-19, I'm of a belief, and so are many others, that we have to have a really healthy central business district. We have to have a healthy CBD heart. And in order to do that, I think we would be prudent to welcome entrepreneurial advice, feedback and suggestions from those that have the passion, that are invested heavily, that really care and have a significant desire to see the CBD move forward, and also to have a healthy central district business area. And for that, it would be great to get a different perspective, which would be to nominate or call for nominations, ask the CEO to call for nominations from prominent and experienced and respected business people in the Geelong CBD area. We've got so many excellent business people in Geelong who are heavily invested in what could occur in the future. And it would be fantastic to hear from those people, because you talk to them on a daily basis, we see them in the paper, we see them on social media, we see them investing heavily, but some are also holding back, and we think there could be more encouragement given in that area. Equally, there could be a lot to be learnt from an exercise such as this. And so the things that we'd be looking to do with the feedback that we were to receive would be to be looking at areas of particularly public transport that not only is used and operated within the CBD, but that services the CBD. So that public transport coming in from the suburbs, how can we make it more efficient? How can we make it more safer? How can we make it more effective? How can we make it more sustainable? How can we make it more usable? All of those types of things. We've talked a lot about on and off street parking. I think it would be great to get the perspective from those that are invested so heavily in our CBD as to what they think. We talked a lot about today about evidence and will it work, won't it work? Well, this will give us direct feedback from those with the skin in the game, whether they feel one or the other could work, or whatever initiatives they may bring to us. What should we be doing with off-street parking? Should council actually be in off-street parking? Should we be opening that up to entrepreneurs or the commercials to run? The Central Geelong Marketing Committee, what's the effectiveness of that? What benefits do they feel they're getting from that? Do they feel they're getting any benefits from that? If not, what more could it do? Should it be in existence at all? The marketing fees that they pay, again, are they getting what they want from that? Should there be other areas that we're looking at to try to support the CBD? And then we've heard over time a lot about commercial and industrial rates. Well, in particular in the CBD, what's their opinion on commercial rates? What do they think we could be doing, should be doing, that could be different to what we're doing today? So I think having a task force such as this and a really prompt response, which we're looking forward to get back by September, would actually give this council an opportunity to start to consider what could be. And we've got people that are willing to volunteer and donate their time for free to benefit the CBD. We should be privileged to have that opportunity.
Thanks, Councillor Contell. Councillor Aitken? Okay, sure. Anyone else want to talk to this
Madam Mayor, I have an amendment.
notice of motion? Yeah, we'll just see if anyone wants to talk to this one first. No? Okay, Jim, you have an amendment.
Sorry, Madam
Councillor
Mayor,
Mason.
to talk on it.
You can talk on it now. We can talk on it. Yep, you can talk on this one now.
I want to talk on it now, and I'm not supporting the motion, which is perhaps not surprising. Tell made the comments earlier that a previous amendment that came before the chamber was perhaps ill-prepared and not thought out, and that he was insulted and embarrassed by it coming before the chamber. Well, I feel a little bit that way about this. And if I could just tick off going down 1.1, look, we get the public transport, let's have a look at that, off-street parking and on-street. There's been much discussion, and so I'm okay with that. But I cannot for the life of me understand why the Central Geelong Marketing Committee and the Central Geelong Marketing Levy is part of this, is part of a COVID, and Councillor Contell mentioned it, because of where we're at, the COVID-19, how you can relate 1.3 and 1.4 into a COVID-19 related issue. And for those who aren't aware, I'm chair of the Central Geelong Marketing Committee, and they are a committee that I think punch well above their weight, and they have been so outstanding in the work that they have done over the years, not just recently, but over the years. And many reports have come before this chamber in all our time here, and they've received unanimous support each time. So I cannot understand why this is thrown in just to see, put the feelers out to see whether there's support to get rid of the Central Geelong Marketing Committee and the levy. It's up for renewal in June next year, and I imagine by February or March next year, the public consultation will take place with every business that contributes to the Central Geelong Marketing Levy. They will be questioned and their thoughts about what they think, and do they get effective results from the levy. And then it'll come before us, and it'll come before a special committee of councillors then, who will then hear, like a planning committee, they'll hear the objectors to it, and they'll hear those in support of it. Now, last time it came before that, it was something like 85 to 90% in support of the Central Geelong Marketing Levy. So I can't see how things could change in that short a period of time. So what I'm saying is let this run its course until early next year, when we'll go through the proper process. Not stab it in the heart now. The work that they do, and the Christmas program, the sidewalk sales, and talk about timing. Tomorrow is the launch of Taste of Central Geelong, 1st of July, a whole celebration of food for the whole month. And the work that that committee has done to get that up and running for the month of July has been a huge challenge. And for them now to know about this and what's proposed, it's a real kick in the pants for them. I can't fathom the morale of the staff there knowing this is being debated tonight and what may happen and what their future may be. And we're talking staff, City Council staff here. Huge impact. And I know Councillor Contell has said that it's the lack of the impact the levy is having. Well, I just totally disagree with that. And you talk about stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Prominent and, where are we? Prominent, experienced and respected business people. Well, what about the Chamber? What about Committee for Geelong? What about the arts? What about local creators? Certainly if they've got something to contribute, they should be part of any group or committee. And it's a Section 86 committee that exists, so I'm even wondering whether we've got the power to even question it at this time. Anyway, time is up. Bell went.
Thanks, Councillor
I'll go back to my corner.
Okay. Councillor Mason, you would like to move your amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Asher.
Seconder. Howard?
Councillor Murnane. As was discussed earlier, there's no harm in having a report, and so I welcome any information. But I would like to have information coming from a broad base of stakeholders. And I think that there's merit in Councillor Contell's amendment, but I think my amendment, Councillor Contell's motion, my amendment, I believe is an improvement. And it requires the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a report on the best way to set up a task force and to develop a TOR for a broad-based stakeholder consultation, including the business community and all of the respected people that might have been mentioned by Councillor Contell. But the business community is not the only stakeholder. In addition, this report would come back within 2 weeks. So it's really only developing a more sophisticated approach to this task force. As I've said, we need to be very careful to consult all stakeholders, especially when we're talking about recovery and revitalisation. In addition to businesses and commercially owned land, there's much publicly owned land. There are not-for-profit and community organisations, and indeed there are the public consumers, who are all stakeholders in the central Geelong district. The city's already committed significant financial and human resources towards supporting industries and communities that have been impacted heavily by the situation. Earlier tonight, we passed a further package of support. Advice on reinvigorating central Geelong is vital. However, the original motion has focused only on 4 fields. It's unclear how the focus on these 4 items will assist in our approach to recovering from the economic impact of COVID-19. The role of this task force is unclear, and their terms of reference are non-existent. This leaves many matters open, including how the task force will function, who chairs the task force, how many people are on the task force. Is it the 1,500 excluded who contribute to the marketing committee? How long they will be in operation, how they will provide the advice and guidance that Council is seeking, and many other areas. To this end, I would like to see a significantly more clarity and rigour around this process, and I seek an amendment to this recommendation so that the CEO will put some time in over the next 2 weeks to come back with a more sophisticated approach to this task force.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Now, Councillor Harwood put his hand up to second, so do you want to talk to that now?
Madam Mayor, look, I think the point's well made by Councillor Mason there. Look, and I don't think we don't need a task force to take feedback from anybody in the community as such. You know, we're always open for feedback and comment and criticism or or praise, whatever it might be. So I'm not too sure of what the true intent is, other than perhaps to get other thoughts or from different people as such, whether they be engaged in around the CBD or the 3220 postcode. I'm just not too sure of what the real intent of the particular task force is going to be, and I think Councillor Mason raises a very good and valid point about if it's going to happen, at least put some rigour around it in terms of reference and some, I guess, us as councillors as to what may or may not happen on that committee and who may be on it. I think there's got to be some strict guidelines, some clear direction and clear terms of reference, so we're all absolutely solid in what that task force is designed to do, who's going to do it, and what some of the expectations may be. At this point in time, we have none of that, so I'd be very nervous if the original one was to proceed and get up. But again, I just think nothing stops anybody from giving this council feedback in any way, shape or form at this point in time. Would a task force bring something new? Maybe, but I don't support that structure. I'm much more comfortable potentially supporting one that has terms of reference and CEO also having input into any TORs as such for that type of task force should it be formed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Manane.
Yeah, I agree totally with the two previous speakers, Councillor Mason and Councillor Harwood. I also agree with the I guess the theme of what we're trying to achieve here is to get more commercial thinking into some of the problems around the CBD. I support that context. Whether this is the way to do it, we'll find out. So I don't have a problem with the idea of it, but there's a couple of fundamental things that would need to be set out. Like, for example, the members that own and operate businesses within the CBD. I mean, we need some pretty clear guidelines around conflict of interest. I mean, they're making recommendations on their own interest. So we need some pretty. So this would all come out in the guidelines that are set if we go ahead with it. I also believe that, excluding people, not a member of the Central Long Marketing Committee. I mean, what happens if an individual meets the criteria of 2.1? That is, they own and operate a business, but they're excluded by 2.2. That doesn't make sense. And community consultation is about involving people, so I have a little bit of a problem about excluding people. I think people should be selected on their own merit. And thirdly, if we're going to do this, I mean, we're allowing 8 days for people to nominate. I mean, people can be away on leave and holidays or whatever. It's, the best minds might not see this, and we might miss out on the best advice. So I think we need to go down a bit more of a measured track. I don't have any problem with the intent. It just needs to be put together better.
Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I too am supportive of the amendment that Councillor Mason has put forward. I think I appreciate the intent of what Councillor Contel has put forward, and we have advisory committees on a whole range of different issues that focus on that specific area to give us feedback as a councillor body on particular issues. For example, we have Women in Community Life Advisory Committee, and we get very valuable feedback from that. So I think maybe there is some merit in having a group of stakeholders that can give us specific feedback about the CBD and, in particular, how we address some of the challenges that they're facing related to COVID. I do, however, have some significant reservations about, I suppose, some governance issues with respect to the original notice of motion. And I think Councillor Mason has been able to capture the essence of the original, but provide strengthen that from a governance perspective, and as Councillor Harwood had pointed out, provide us with some protection as a councillor group by calling for the development of terms of reference so we can consider that a bit more carefully. It's broadened also the feedback about the range of issues, because I suspect a group like this might have other items that they could give us really good feedback on, not just that limited list that's been provided. So Councillor Mason's broadened that a little bit. He's also made the timeline, I think, a bit more realistic, as has been pointed out by Councillor Murnane. I'd be very nervous about having nominations having to be in by the 9th of July. I completely appreciate that there's a desire to get things moving, but in that, in our haste to get this feedback and get this group set up, I'd hate for us to then put together something that really wasn't as sound as it could be from a governance perspective. So I'm much more comfortable with the amendment that Councillor Mason has put up, and I think it does show respect to the original motion and preserve the essence of it, but gives us some more comfort from a governance and process perspective.
Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Miyashita. Look, I wish to speak against the amendment that's been presented before us. And look, the first comment I wish to make is, look, that some of the comments are actually fundamentally flawed. Feedback actually is good and bad. It's quite fascinating. The term feedback's been put in there, and immediately everyone's saying, oh, they're just going to give negative feedback. If you actually truly embrace what feedback means, it's actually positive and negative. And in fact, there may even be business representatives who actually say that the Geelong Central Marketing Committee has done a wonderful job. And this, the motion that's actually been presented doesn't actually lead the discussion. It actually says we'd like feedback. And I, for one, have been raised that you get positive feedback, and I get a lot of negative feedback from my council colleagues. But I certainly am not frightened by feedback, which is what seems to be the emotion that's been expressed by a number of the councillors here tonight. So I'm confused as to why feedback just means bad for some people in this chamber. The next thing that I wish to support is why was I originally involved and not supporting this motion was, as the Finance Chair, I was getting a lot of feedback about commercial rates and about central marketing rates, and some were positive and some were negative. And I actually spoke to Councillor Contell about that feedback I was getting from people, and I said to Eddie was talking about public transport, he was talking about the commercial rates, and I said to Eddie, there must be a means at which we could get some of this diversity of views that are actually being presented before us as a council group. What we had a look at, Eddie and I, was that most of the information and options that were being presented to us in the five areas of discussion were being dominated by state bureaucratic options and council bureaucratic options. And there wasn't an opportunity for a quick and decisive feedback from our business community. And so we were trying to come up with a simple means at which those people who are time poor, because these are actually, it actually says prominent and experienced business people, they are time poor, they have higher priorities in terms of what they're attempting to do. And what Eddie and I were trying to do was get a diversity of ideas about the CBD. And we certainly weren't saying we wanted bad feedback about the Central Marketing Committee. We weren't saying we wanted bad feedback about parking. We weren't saying we wanted bad feedback about commercial rates. What we wanted to do was be able to get a... look, one of the fundamental things about diversity is you actually make better decisions and you actually you get a better outcome. And if the proposition that was put by Councillor Contell was trying to find a very quick way to get some feedback from prominent business people and add to the mixture of information that's actually presented before Council, it's not actually saying that we have to follow what they're doing. It's just coming up with a means to enable prominent business people to actually give a bit of advice and feedback to Council, and certainly not what has been expressed by the majority of councillors who have spoken tonight on this issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Any other comments at the moment? Councillor Contell.
You were speaking on Councillor Mason's
amendment,
aren't we? So, look, I can't support Councillor Mason's amendment to my notice of motion. One, because it doesn't meet the first principles of what was put forward. In fact, it discounts the terms prominent, experienced, respected business people. That's where we want to obtain the feedback from, which is exactly what Councillor Aitken has just articulated, and for the reasons why we want to obtain that focused feedback from that sector. It also discounts the 3220 postcode. So all of the first principles of my notice of motion are not in there. So it won't surprise you, Madam Mayor, that I can't support it. I felt and sensed Councillor Murray's emotion, but I think, unfortunately, Councillor Murray has missed the point. In fact, I'm not suggesting any of this is negative. I put no leading words before or after any of the comments, and I got that guidance from, in fact, Rebecca. So all it says is the Central Geelong Marketing Committee. If the Central Geelong Marketing Committee is doing a great job, and I've no reason to question that here today, then this might be an opportunity to actually celebrate what they're doing, because the community that they are serving, which is the business people and the retailers and those paying the levy, the owners, will actually say, this is fantastic. Give them more money, give them more autonomy. And that'll be great to hear too. So our staff shouldn't be concerned. They should be relishing in the opportunity to be able to demonstrate what a great job we are actually doing. This is not intended to be negative by any stretch of the imagination. So I can't support Councillor Mason's amendment to my notice of motion. And the reason I said I was embarrassed and insulted that the previous report had come to us was because of the lateness of it. I hadn't read it because I was driving down the highway from Melbourne to Geelong when the actual reports came out. So I couldn't read it while I was driving, which is not encouraged, as you know. But my notice of motion actually came with ample time for people to read. And equally, I foreshadowed it, like I always do, a week or so ago. So plenty of opportunity. Unfortunately, Councillor Mason hasn't spoken to me about the Central Geelong task force that's proposed, so I don't know how much he knows about it because he didn't speak to me about it. And equally, I never had an opportunity to speak to him about it because he came so late.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. I'll make a couple of comments because I actually think the amendment is a completely different proposition to what the original motion is, which goes to what you were saying, Councillor Contell. To me, the amendment says red tape and very little action. It talks about process, and I don't support it because the whole intent of the original motion is about action. From what I read, the original motion was about proactive improvement, and the amendment reads to me about putting layers of bureaucracy in there. So I don't think the amendment actually has much to do with the original motion, so I can't support the amendment on that basis. Has anyone else got comments on the amendment before we put it to the vote? So we'll put...
Do I have an opportunity?
No, you don't. When you put an amendment, you only get to speak once. So we put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Mason's amendment.
Correct. All those in favour of Councillor Mason's amendment? And those against? Amendment's not carried. So we go back to the original motion.
Call for a division, please.
Sure. Okay, so those for Councillor Mason's amendment: Councillor Murnane, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Mason, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Murray. Those against: Councillor Aitken, Councillor Contell, Councillor Asher, Councillor Grisbeck, Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Nelson. So go back to the original motion, and so far Councillor Murray has spoken to it and no one else, and you need to close. So Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interesting to hear the debate, and I'm glad I sat back and had a listen, because I think that from what I understand of the reading of this, and I did speak to Councillor Contell over the weekend because I wanted to make sure that I was right in the thinking of how it reads, it was to provide some feedback and suggestions. So in my view, it's not about whether they're bad or good or indifferent. This is about what are those particular people who actually... Let me start again. This is not dissimilar from any other sort of committee or advisory group where we get experts or people with first-hand experience on a topic or lived experience. There are many, either advisory committees or groups or, little boutique feedback sessions that we hold with stakeholders. So I don't see that this is any different from any of those other particular committees. And therefore, this is to provide a report back to Council. And I've usually been supportive of providing reports back to Council because this is not making a decision on anything in particular. This is getting a report back to us. And the quickness of this report by September, hopefully, will give us some insights, maybe about what the next COVID package may need to look like. What are they seeing in the CBD of Geelong? What has changed? I specifically like the public transport that's servicing the CBD 1.1. I think that is really important. And I've talked about it many times, and I'll probably talk about it till I'm blue in the face, about the potential transport options could include a tram. Now, I've been pretty vocal about this particular opportunity, but, this is what our CBD, these people who are here running businesses in the CBD would most likely have views on. And I'm looking forward to hearing the views of these, I suppose you're going to call them prominent, experienced, respected business people, because I think that we'll actually be quite surprised about the feedback that we might get from them. And I'm hoping that we get a diverse range of feedback, so it's not just all one way, whether they like or dislike, but in fact I want some suggestions about how we can go forward, not dissimilar to other committees that we've had in the past.
Respect. Councillor Mason.
Councillor Asher, Mayor Asher, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I'm extremely disappointed that this motion has come up. I believe it was, although Councillor Contell has mentioned a task force, I haven't actually seen the motion until last Thursday. I contacted senior staff and requested advice on whether or not, or what I could do. Already it was too late to do an alternative motion. So my only option was to do an amendment. And I believe the amendment is in order. So I just feel there's far too many times we're getting these things at the last minute, but that haven't had time to think it through. It's all very well to say there's going to be a task force. I want to see the actual details in writing, and I only saw them less than a week ago. And I've worked on it since then, as much as I can, in the time available. So I think that this is an ill-considered motion, and I'm very disappointed more thought couldn't have been put into a more broad-based approach to it.
Any other comments? Councillor Manane.
I'd just like to repeat the point I made about the timing. I really would encourage Councillor Contell to consider a longer period than the 9th of July. If the aim is to get the best minds to give us the best advice, we could easily miss half the people that would be the best selection in 8 days. I mean, if they're busy people, they may not be able to. They may not see this. So I mean, at least give us a reasonable time frame, so that everybody who wants to consider being involved has a time to do it. I also believe the governance on this needs to be cleaned up substantially, because I'm uncomfortable that not enough work's been done on it. But my main concern is the time frame's too short, and there needs to be more work put into it. And, so I don't know whether Council can tell you're prepared to consider a longer lead time to give greater time for people to see the nomination, have a chance to be involved, especially if they're out of the city. But that would be a serious consideration from my perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Manane. Any other comments? Anybody? Councillor Mansfield.
Very similar to Councillor Manane, have significant reservations about some of the governance around this. I think there's nothing in here about clear terms of reference, selection criteria. It's all we've got is prominent experience and respected, and that's quite subjective things. We need clear terms of reference. The conflicts of interest issue that Councillor Manane raised earlier, and the very tight timelines for the nomination to be on the committee are things that I've got some reservations about, and make me quite uncomfortable about this motion. That said, I as I said before, the essence of it is I think there's some merit in it, and I support that. It's really just the framework around it that makes me a bit uncomfortable from a governance and risk perspective as an organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Madam Mayor, as stated before, I'm just concerned about some of the governance and how that will look to the general community, for that matter. I don't know that any councillors are concerned about what the feedback's going to be. I find that a bit of a furphy. We're only expecting negative feedback. I mean, that's just an odd thing to say, I think. I support the any feedback that we get, and as I said before, that there's nothing stopping anybody, whether they're prominent, experienced or respected or not, or otherwise, of giving this council feedback on any of those particular items listed. But I guess the intent is to try and drill down a bit further and get, perhaps things that we haven't discussed at length or haven't thought of as deep as perhaps some others may do. But I'd just like to know who's selecting this group, how that's going to be done, what their terms of reference will be, what their boundaries will be or won't be. So I'm supportive, but again, I'm really concerned that it's just not the normal rigour we would see around something that's named as a task force that is doing basic, actually what some would consider to be council work in some aspects. Thank you.
Howard? Is everyone, so you've reserved the right, so you're, yep, go Councillor Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, just trying to be careful here because, I think it's actually personal why people are actually showing the dissent, emotion and the animosity they have against this particular issue, because the reality is a council has just brought forward a proposal to just set up a task force, ask for some prominent business people to join that task force and come back and provide some feedback. And what's happening is councillors are actually saying that this is a major governance flaw in the procedures of local government, and this is something that the community should frown upon. Wake up, everybody. The reality is, successful business people think differently. Successful business people have entrepreneurial mindsets. They have short time availability to participate in broader government and local government opportunities. Councillor Contel has tried to just come forward with a process to engage with those people and enable them to participate, to assist the diversity of information that can be presented for us on these ideas. And then people are turning into some personal opportunity to hide behind the statements of governance and process to attack what is actually... It's a good idea. Don't you actually want to hear from prominent business people in Geelong who are successful, who are investing in Geelong? I mean, I can throw a few names of people I would love to be involved on the committee. I would love one of the Hamiltons. I would love Cam Hamilton to actually sit on this task force and provide us some quick feedback about those particular issues. I'd love Ray Frost, one of our most successful business operators in Geelong, to put his name up and participate in this process as well too. I'd love Bill Vazaris to actually come forward and put his name up as well too. Why? Because they are actually the investors in the CBD of Geelong who are actually turning ideas into realities and making the future of the CBD Geelong acceptable and at a high standard that we all want. And what this process is actually attempting to do, councillors who are frowning and smirking and sitting at their desk at the present time, what this motion is attempting to do is actually just establish a simple means for those type of people to participate in our processes that we have. Not establish processes that exclude them from participating in what we're wanting to achieve. So I strongly support what Councillor Contel is attempting to do, and I encourage all councillors to understand where he's coming from and what he's attempting to do, not try and throw daggers to try and get him in the back, because that's where they're coming from, the discussions that councillors were making tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Contel to close.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, commentary about lateness of the notice of motion, it's feasible to suggest that, because we're working within the local laws that we have. The notice of motion was presented in the time that we're provided, so there was ample time from Thursday to today to talk about the notice of motion. As always, I'm open to discussion. No one reached out other than a couple of councillors, and Kylie was one of those. The fact that people are questioning the governance, Anthony is actually right, is that what we do with people that invest in the CBD is that we exclude them from contributing to the conversation because they're invested in the CBD. So you're conflicted because you're investing in the CBD, so we can't listen to you. That's a governance issue. The reason that we've put in here that we don't want a member of the current Central Geelong Marketing Committee in here is to protect them and us from a conflict of interest, because we're actually going to be looking at the Central Geelong Marketing Committee. So that's the reason that that's in there. So we're encouraging people that are investing in the CBD to actually talk to us about the area that they're investing in. Otherwise, they actually don't get the opportunity to do so. So this is about a specific group of people, a focused feedback, and at the end of the day, once it comes to us, we can choose whether we do something with that or not. If nothing else, hopefully we'll be more knowledgeable on what is occurring in the CBD, what they're happy with and what they aren't, and we've consulted more broadly and more widely, as people have said in here before, with the arts and other areas of community. However, we haven't given this group, I don't believe, the opportunity to give us their feedback, and I think we'll find it extremely valuable. There's nothing to be afraid of. We should be encouraging and embracing it.
On to. Thank you, Councillor Contel. Okay, we'll put this notice of the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Well done. Yep. Okay, those in favour? Councillor Nelson, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Grisbeck, Councillor Asher, Councillor Contel and Councillor Aitken. Those against? Councillor Murray, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Mason, Councillor Manane. Thank you. Okay, Section D, Assembly of Council. Can I please have a mover and seconder for the Assembly of Council? Moved Councillor Mansfield, seconded Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Planning delegations. May I have a mover and seconder for planning delegations? Moved Councillor Sullivan, seconded Councillor Mason. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. And we need a mover and seconder to close the meeting to the public. May I have a mover, Councillor Sullivan, seconder, Councillor Mason. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. So thank you. Good night. Patience. We will now go into confidential. So.